Welcome to Ancient Wisdom, a sanctuary where timeless wisdom guides you into deep, restful sleep. Let the wisdom of the ages quiet your mind, ease your worries, and carry you gently into the night. If you're here to relax, reflect, and drift into peaceful slumber, you're exactly where you need to be. Before you get too cozy, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me bring more soothing content your way. Also, I'd love to know, where are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you right now? Share in the comments below. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let the wisdom of the ages guide you into deep, restful sleep.
Here are 10 terrible signs. You're being gaslighted. You might think you'd recognize manipulation when it happens, but gaslighting is so subtle that it can make you question everything, even your own reality. It's not just about someone lying to you. Gaslighting is designed to erode your confidence, isolate you, and make you feel like you're losing your grip on what's real. Have you ever felt like you're apologizing for things you didn't do, doubting memories you were sure about, or wondering if you're too sensitive? You're not alone, and it's not in your head. This form of manipulation is more common than you think, and the damage it causes can be devastating. In this video, we'll walk through 10 clear and unmistakable signs of gaslighting, using real-life examples to help you identify these tactics. If you've ever felt confused, isolated, or trapped in a relationship, this might explain why. And by the end, you'll have the tools to recognize gaslighting and take the first steps toward breaking free. Let's dive in. 1. You constantly question your memory. Gaslighting often starts subtly, planting seeds of doubt about your memory. Imagine this. You clearly recall discussing weekend plans with your partner. You suggested going to a new restaurant, and they agreed. However, when the weekend arrives, they insist you never mentioned it. You must have dreamed that up, they say with a dismissive laugh. You replay the conversation in your mind, wondering if you truly imagined it. Another example might be at work. You distinctly remember your manager assigning you a task during a meeting, but later they claim they assigned it to someone else and that you misunderstood. You second-guess yourself, even though you made a note of it right after the meeting. This repeated denial of your reality creates a pattern. The gaslighter's goal is to make you question your memory so much that you begin to rely on their version of events over your own. Over time, you might start to feel like your memory is faulty, even when you've always trusted it before. It's crucial to recognize this pattern. A healthy relationship, whether with a partner, friend, or colleague, doesn't involve dismissing or rewriting your reality. If you're being told you're imagining things or that never happened, ask yourself, does this happen often? Does it make you feel confused or doubtful about things you know to be true? Keeping a journal can help. Write down key conversations and events as they happen. If someone later tries to tell you it didn't happen that way, you'll have a record to validate your memory. Gaslighting thrives on confusion and self-doubt, but with awareness and self-trust, you can start to see through the manipulation. Recognizing the signs is the first step toward reclaiming your confidence. 2. You find yourself apologizing too often. One of the clearest signs of gaslighting is the growing compulsion to apologize for things you didn't even do. The gaslighter manipulates situations to make you feel at fault, even when they're the one causing harm. For example, let's say you planned a dinner party and spent hours preparing. The gaslighter shows up late without explanation, And when you express frustration, they turn the tables. You're always so dramatic about these things. Maybe I wouldn't be late if you weren't so controlling. Suddenly you're apologizing for expecting them to be on time, even though their behavior was the issue. Another instance could occur in a friendship. You tell a close friend that something they said hurt your feelings. Instead of apologizing, they respond with, "You're way too sensitive. I was just joking." Now, instead of feeling validated, you're apologizing for taking offense. Over time, this pattern erodes your sense of self-worth. You start to internalize the idea that you're overly emotional, overly demanding, or just not good enough. You apologize not just to the gaslighter, but to others in your life, often feeling like a burden in situations where you're not at fault. If you notice this in yourself, take a step back and ask, why am I apologizing? Was this situation truly my fault? Start paying attention to how often you apologize and whether the apology feels warranted. This behavior isn't a reflection of who you are. It's a symptom of emotional manipulation. The next time you're tempted to apologize unnecessarily, pause. Instead, express your feelings assertively. I feel hurt when this happens, and I need us to address it. Reclaiming your voice is a powerful step in breaking free from the gaslighter's grip. 3. You feel isolated. Gaslighting often involves subtle tactics to isolate you from friends, family, or anyone who might validate your experiences or challenge the gaslighter's control. This isolation creates dependency, leaving you more vulnerable to their manipulation. For instance, imagine you're excited to meet a close friend after a long time, but your partner begins making comments like, "Why do you even hang out with them? They don't really care about you." Or they might say, "I don't trust them. They're a bad influence on you." Over time, these remarks may cause you to second-guess your friendships, leading you to withdraw from people who could offer support. At work, this can happen when a manipulative colleague tells you, "The team doesn't really think you're contributing much." They might discourage you from seeking feedback from others, subtly driving a wedge between you and the rest of your team. This isolates you professionally, making you rely solely on their distorted version of reality. Gaslighters also use this tactic with family. They may make offhand comments like, "Your parents never really understood you, did they?" Or, "Your sibling always seemed jealous of you." These remarks plant doubts about your closest relationships, pushing you further into isolation. When you're cut off from external support, the gaslighter's influence becomes stronger. You may start to feel like they're the only person you can rely on, even as they undermine your sense of self. To combat this, actively seek connection with those who uplift and support you. Reach out to friends or family you've drifted from, even if it feels difficult. Sharing your experiences with a trusted person can help break the cycle of isolation. Remember, isolation is a tool of control. Staying connected is your way out. 4. Your confidence has plummeted. Gaslighting often chips away at your self-esteem, leaving you doubting your abilities, decisions, and worth. Over time, you may find yourself hesitating to take initiative or make choices because you fear getting it wrong, or worse, being criticized by the gaslighter. For example, imagine you're proud of completing a big project at work. You share your excitement with a colleague who's been undermining you, and they respond with something like, "It's not that impressive. Anyone could have done that." Suddenly, your sense of accomplishment deflates, and you start questioning whether your hard work even mattered. In relationships, a gaslighter might belittle your contributions or mock your ideas in subtle ways. You suggest trying a new hobby or planning a trip, only to hear, "That's a dumb idea. I don't know why you'd think that would work." Even if it's framed as a joke, the constant dismissiveness makes you second-guess yourself, and eventually you stop sharing your ideas altogether. This loss of confidence can creep into everyday decisions. You might start overthinking simple choices, what to wear, what to cook, or how to respond in conversations, because the gaslighter has made you feel like you can't do anything right. You might even start seeking their approval for things you once handled confidently on your own. To rebuild your confidence, begin by recognizing your own strengths and achievements. Keep a journal of your accomplishments, big or small, and revisit it whenever you feel self-doubt creeping in. Surround yourself with people who value and respect you, as their support can help counter the negativity. Most importantly, remember that the gaslighter's criticism reflects their need for control, not your actual worth. By reclaiming your self-belief, you take a critical step toward breaking free from their influence. 5. They twist the truth. Gaslighters are experts at twisting the truth to suit their narrative, leaving you confused and questioning reality. They'll take a situation where they're clearly in the wrong and distort the facts until you're unsure of what really happened. For example, let's say they blatantly lied about something. Perhaps they said they were working late, but you later find out they were out with friends. When confronted, instead of admitting the lie, they respond with, "You're always suspicious of me. No wonder I didn't tell you. You would have overreacted." Suddenly, the focus shifts from their dishonesty to your supposed overreaction, making you feel guilty for even bringing it up. Another scenario could involve a family disagreement. Imagine you catch them criticizing you to a relative. When you bring it up, they twist the situation. "I was defending you, actually. They were saying much worse things about you, but of course, you only hear what you want to hear." By distorting the truth, they create a reality where they appear as the victim or hero, and you're left feeling confused and even apologetic. Over time, this constant manipulation erodes your ability to trust your own perceptions. You might start second-guessing yourself, thinking, "Did I really misunderstand? Am I being too sensitive?" This confusion gives the gaslighter even more power over you. To counter this, document specific events or conversations as they happen. Keep a record of what was said or done, so when the gaslighter tries to twist the truth, you have clear evidence to ground yourself. Trust your instincts. If something feels off, it probably is. By recognizing and challenging these manipulations, you can begin to reclaim your sense of clarity and truth. They dismiss your feelings. Gaslighters are quick to invalidate your emotions, making you feel as though your feelings are irrational or unimportant. Over time, this dismissal can lead you to suppress your emotions altogether, convinced they aren't valid. For example, imagine you share that you're upset because they forgot an important date, like your anniversary. Instead of acknowledging your feelings, they respond with, "You're being ridiculous. It's just a date. It doesn't mean anything." This not only minimizes your emotions, but shifts the blame onto you for caring in the first place. Another instance might occur when you express frustration over being ignored in conversations. You say, "I feel like you don't listen to me," and they counter with, "You're always exaggerating. You're so needy." Instead of addressing your concerns, they make you feel guilty for even having them. This repeated invalidation teaches you to doubt your emotional responses. You might start thinking, "Maybe I am too sensitive. Maybe I'm overreacting." Over time, you suppress your feelings to avoid criticism, which only deepens the gaslighter's control over you. Healthy relationships involve mutual respect for each other's emotions. Even if someone doesn't fully understand your feelings, they acknowledge and respect them. Gaslighters, on the other hand, use dismissal as a tool to maintain power, ensuring you feel isolated and unsupported. To combat this, remind yourself that your emotions are valid, regardless of whether the gaslighter acknowledges them. Practice naming and owning your feelings without apology. I feel hurt, and that's important. Seek out friends, family, or a therapist who will listen and affirm your experiences. Validation from a trusted source can help you rebuild your confidence and resist the urge to suppress your emotions. You deserve to be heard and respected. 7. You feel constantly confused. A key tactic of gaslighting is creating a fog of confusion. The gaslighter's ever-changing stories, contradictory statements, and denial of events leave you questioning your perception of reality. Over time, you feel trapped in a cycle of doubt and frustration. For example, they might promise something significant, like attending an important event with you. When they fail to show up, you confront them, only to hear, "I never said I'd go to that. You must have misunderstood." You're left wondering if you misremembered the entire conversation, even though you were sure of it just moments ago. Another example is when they contradict themselves. They might criticize you for spending too much time with friends, but when you stay home, they accuse you of being boring or antisocial. No matter what you do, they find a way to twist the situation, leaving you feeling like you can't win. This constant uncertainty affects your mental well-being. You may start questioning even simple things. Did I really hear them correctly? Am I making things worse? This confusion is exactly what the gaslighter wants. It keeps you off balance and more likely to depend on their version of reality. To regain clarity, write things down as they happen. Document important conversations and decisions so you can revisit them if they try to rewrite history. Sharing your experiences with a trusted friend or therapist can also help validate your perceptions and break the cycle of confusion. Most importantly, trust your instincts. If something feels off, it probably is. Gaslighters thrive on making you doubt yourself, but by recognizing their tactics and reinforcing your own sense of reality, you can begin to see through the manipulation and regain your confidence. 8. They use your insecurities against you. Gaslighters are skilled at identifying your vulnerabilities and exploiting them to maintain control. They subtly or overtly weaponize your insecurities, using them to manipulate your emotions and actions. For example, if you've shared that you're self-conscious about your appearance, a gaslighter might make backhanded compliments like, "You look nice, but that outfit would be better if you lost a little weight." On the surface, it sounds like a helpful suggestion, but it's designed to deepen your insecurity and make you feel inadequate. In a work setting, a manipulative colleague might say, "You're great at what you do, but you're not really leadership material." This preys on any doubts you may have about your abilities and subtly undermines your confidence. You might start avoiding opportunities for growth, believing you're not good enough. In relationships, they might exploit your desire for connection. For instance, if you've shared a fear of being abandoned, they might say, "No one else would put up with you the way I do," making you feel like you're lucky to have them, even as they treat you poorly. This tactic leaves you feeling powerless and overly reliant on their approval, as they've convinced you that your insecurities define you. To counter this, remind yourself that everyone has insecurities. It's part of being human, but they don't define your worth. Surround yourself with people who uplift and support you rather than exploit your vulnerabilities. If possible, seek out a therapist or coach to help you rebuild your confidence and recognize your strengths. Remember, your insecurities are not a weakness to be exploited. They're opportunities for growth and self-acceptance. By acknowledging and owning them, you take away the gaslighter's power and start reclaiming your self-worth. They play the victim. Gaslighters often deflect accountability by portraying themselves as the victim, even when they're the ones at fault. This tactic shifts the focus away from their behavior, making you feel guilty for even bringing up an issue. For instance, let's say you confront them about breaking a promise, like not showing up to an event you planned together. Instead of addressing the broken promise, they respond with something like, "Do you know how hard my week has been? I can't believe you'd attack me over something so small when I'm already under so much stress." Suddenly, you're comforting them instead of addressing your own hurt. In another example, you might point out a pattern of disrespectful behavior, such as frequent interruptions during conversations. Instead of taking responsibility, they turn the tables. "I only interrupt because you never listen to me. Do you know how frustrating that is for me?" Now, you're questioning whether you've been unfair and apologizing for something they created. This victim mentality can extend to their relationships with others, too. They might claim their boss is out to get them, or that their friends have abandoned them for no reason, subtly painting themselves as someone constantly wronged by the world. This reinforces their narrative and keeps you feeling guilty for adding to their problems. To break free from this dynamic, practice recognizing the pattern. When they deflect and play the victim, gently steer the conversation back to the issue at hand. For example, you could say, "I understand you've been stressed, but I need us to focus on how this situation made me feel." It's crucial to remember that everyone has challenges, but genuine victims don't manipulate others with their struggles. By staying grounded in your feelings and refusing to accept misplaced blame, you take a step toward regaining control. 10. You feel trapped in the relationship. One of the most painful signs of gaslighting is the feeling of being stuck, as though there's no way out of the relationship or situation. The gaslighter's manipulation has created a dependency that makes leaving seem impossible, even when you recognize the harm. For example, the gaslighter might convince you that you're incapable of managing without them. They'll say things like, "You'd never survive on your own," or "No one else would love you the way I do." These statements prey on your fears and insecurities, making you feel unworthy and powerless. Another way they trap you is by creating an illusion of unpredictability. They alternate between moments of kindness and cruelty, keeping you hooked with the hope that things will improve. After a heated argument, where they dismiss your feelings, they might turn around and say, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. You're everything to me." This cycle keeps you invested, always waiting for the good moments to return. In friendships or professional relationships, gaslighters may leverage shared responsibilities or connections to keep you tethered. They might say, "If you leave, you'll destroy everything we've worked for," or guilt-trip you with statements like, "I thought you were loyal." The result? You feel paralyzed, torn between staying in the toxic relationship or risking the unknown. To overcome this, remind yourself that feeling trapped is part of their strategy. It's not reality. Seek support from trusted friends, family, or professionals who can help you see your options clearly. Build an action plan, even if it's small steps, like setting boundaries or consulting with a counselor. Remember, you are stronger than the gaslighter wants you to believe. Freedom begins with recognizing that you deserve better and taking steps, no matter how small, to reclaim your life. Gaslighting is one of the most insidious forms of manipulation, but recognizing the signs is the first step toward breaking free and reclaiming your confidence. If any of these points resonated with you, remember, you're not alone, and help is always within reach. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to like it to let us know. Make sure to subscribe so you never miss more content like this that empowers and informs. We'd love to hear from you. What signs stood out to you the most? Have you experienced gaslighting before? Share your thoughts, experiences, or takeaways in the comments below. Your insights could help others who are going through the same struggles. Thank you for watching, and remember, you deserve relationships that uplift and respect you. Stay strong, stay wise, and we'll see you in the next video.
Act like nothing disturbs you anymore. Number 1. Imagine waking up each day with an unshakable sense of calm, no matter what life throws your way. Picture navigating through traffic jams, missed deadlines, and unexpected setbacks with the same serenity as a monk in meditation. This isn't a distant fantasy, but a tangible reality you can achieve by embracing the power of Stoic philosophy. Within each of us lies a hidden strength, an inner fortress of peace that remains untouchable by external events. Yet, too often, we unknowingly turn minor inconveniences into overwhelming dramas, magnifying our suffering through our own perceptions. We have the power to transform our reactions, to choose the path of the sage who remains undisturbed in the face of adversity. This mindset of non-disturbance, meeting each moment with calm acceptance rather than emotional upheaval, unlocks profound reserves of peace and wisdom. Through dedicated practice, we can cultivate this skill, allowing our former habit of making mountains out of molehills to fade away. We can rediscover the simple grace of navigating life's ups and downs with centered poise. Embracing this powerful Stoic approach enables us to transform disturbances into opportunities for growth, ensuring our tranquility remains unshaken amidst the chaos of everyday life. Prepare to delve into the timeless wisdom of Stoicism and discover how to act like nothing disturbs you anymore. Number 2, avoiding imaginary pains. Seneca reminds us that we often suffer more in imagination than in reality. Our minds are skilled at conjuring up worst-case scenarios that never come to pass. Yet these imagined fears can cause us real distress. By recognizing this tendency, we can intercept catastrophic thinking before it spirals out of control. When faced with a challenging situation, pause and separate the actual facts from the fears your mind has created. Most of the time, the reality is far less frightening than the scenarios we imagine. This awareness allows us to save our mental and emotional energy for genuinely significant issues. Instead of letting hypothetical fears control us, we can focus on what is happening in the present moment and address it calmly and rationally. Embracing this Stoic principle helps us maintain inner peace and reduces unnecessary suffering. The next time your mind starts to create a disaster out of a minor event, remember that these fears are just figments of your imagination. Consciously choose to stay grounded in reality, and you will find that many of the monsters that haunt you are not as real as they seem. Number 3, building emotional immunity. Developing emotional resilience is a cornerstone of Stoic practice. By regularly engaging in Stoic exercises, we strengthen our ability to remain calm and composed under pressure, Recognizing that emotions are transient allows us to navigate through life's ups and downs without being overwhelmed. Emotional immunity is built through consistent practice and mindfulness. When we face stress or adversity, our habitual response should be one of measured calm rather than panic or despair. This doesn't mean suppressing our feelings, but rather acknowledging them and choosing not to be controlled by them. With time, our emotional responses become more tempered and our capacity for endurance grows. Just as our physical bodies become stronger with regular exercise, our emotional resilience is fortified through daily Stoic practice. This resilience enables us to meet life's challenges with grace and wisdom, maintaining our inner peace amidst external turmoil. By cultivating this strength, we ensure that we are not easily disturbed by life's inevitable difficulties, allowing us to live more serenely and purposefully. Number 4, daily practice of Stoic exercises. Incorporating Stoic exercises into our daily routine is essential for cultivating resilience and inner peace. Reflecting on Stoic principles each day helps us internalize their wisdom. Practicing negative visualization, where we imagine potential challenges and losses, prepares us to face them with equanimity when they occur. This exercise strengthens our mental fortitude and reduces the shock of unexpected events. Journaling about our daily experiences and responses helps us identify patterns in our thinking and behavior, allowing us to make conscious adjustments. These practices ground us in the present moment and help us respond to life's challenges with clarity and calm. By dedicating time each day to these exercises, we build a foundation of strength and wisdom that supports us through both minor inconveniences and significant hardships. The regular practice of Stoic exercises ensures that our minds are disciplined, our emotions are balanced, and our responses to life's events are guided by reason rather than reactivity. This daily commitment to Stoic principles fosters a deep-seated resilience that enhances our overall well-being. Number 5, examples of perspective shifts. Adopting a Stoic perspective can dramatically alter how we experience life's challenges. For instance, physical pain and ailments, while uncomfortable, are often labeled as unbearable due to our perception. By relabeling them as discomforts rather than crises, we can endure them more easily. Similarly, stressful situations like public speaking or difficult conversations are opportunities to tap into our inner coping skills. Countless people face these challenges daily and emerge unscathed, proving that they are not insurmountable. Emotional hardships, such as the loss of a loved one or the end of a significant relationship, are among life's most profound challenges. Yet, as millions have experienced, this pain is bearable with time and the proper perspective. By viewing these hardships through a Stoic lens, we understand that most of our suffering is self-created. We magnify our troubles by resisting reality instead of accepting it with calmness. Shifting our perspective to see challenges as manageable rather than overwhelming allows us to navigate life's ups and downs with greater ease and resilience. Number 6, questioning endurance. Marcus Aurelius challenges us to question our inability to endure hardships. When we declare something unbearable, we should ask ourselves why. Often, we find that our reasons lack substance. Most of what we face is endurable when viewed objectively. Our minds have a tendency to magnify challenges, making them seem more significant than they are. By examining these perceptions, we often find that the difficulties we face are within our capacity to handle. For example, physical pain, such as a headache or backache, while unpleasant, is not genuinely unbearable. We have endured similar discomforts many times before. Stressful situations like public speaking or challenging conversations cause anxiety beforehand, yet people face these scenarios daily without falling apart. Emotional hardships, such as the loss of a loved one, are undeniably painful, but millions have borne this pain and emerged resilient. By rigorously questioning why we deem something unbearable, we often find that it is our perception, not the reality, that makes it so. This insight allows us to endure with greater strength and composure, understanding that we possess more grit than we realize. Number 7, choosing how to view situations. One of the most powerful teachings of Stoicism is the idea that our suffering often arises from our interpretation of events rather than the events themselves. Epictetus famously said, "People are not disturbed by things, but by the views they take of them." This principle reminds us that we have control over how we view any situation. A traffic jam can be a source of immense frustration for one person, while another may see it as an opportunity to enjoy an audiobook. The facts remain the same. It is our perspective that creates our experience. By choosing to adopt a rational and objective viewpoint, we can mitigate much of the unnecessary suffering that comes from catastrophizing and negative thinking. When faced with setbacks, disappointments, or daily irritations, we have the power to decide how much they will affect us. By training ourselves to view situations through a Stoic lens, we cultivate a mindset that seeks solutions and remains calm, regardless of external circumstances. This shift in perspective can transform our lives, allowing us to maintain inner peace and resilience. Number 8, the role of acceptance in Stoicism. Acceptance is a fundamental aspect of Stoic philosophy. It involves embracing reality as it is, without resistance or denial. This does not mean passive resignation, but an active choice to acknowledge and work with the circumstances we face. By accepting what cannot be changed, we conserve our energy for what we can influence. This mindset helps us navigate life's challenges with greater ease and reduces unnecessary suffering. Developing a habit of acceptance allows us to respond to difficulties with calmness and clarity. When we stop fighting against reality, we find that many of our struggles diminish. Acceptance enables us to see situations objectively and to make rational decisions based on the facts rather than our emotional reactions. This principle is particularly powerful in dealing with setbacks and obstacles, which are inevitable in life. By accepting them as part of our journey, we can adapt and move forward with grace. Embracing acceptance helps us maintain our inner peace and resilience, no matter what life throws our way. Number 9, philosophical insights. Epictetus teaches that it is not the events themselves that disturb us, but our interpretations of them. This insight is crucial for maintaining inner peace. By differentiating between the objective facts of a situation and our emotional reactions, we can prevent unnecessary suffering. For instance, a traffic jam is just a collection of cars moving slowly. It is our impatience and frustration that cause distress. Similarly, losing a job is a challenging experience, but it is our fear of the future and feelings of inadequacy that magnify the pain. By focusing on the facts and viewing situations objectively, we can maintain a sense of calm and control. This approach allows us to respond to life's challenges with wisdom and composure. When we strip away our emotional narratives and focus on the reality of a situation, we often find that it is more manageable than we initially thought. This Stoic practice of maintaining objectivity helps us navigate life's ups and downs with greater resilience and serenity. Number 10, adopting a resilient posture. Embracing difficulties with a posture of strength and calm is a hallmark of Stoic philosophy. When we encounter challenges, it is crucial to maintain perspective and engage in problem solving rather than succumbing to panic. or despair. By viewing obstacles as opportunities for growth, we transform adversity into a catalyst for personal development. This resilient posture involves staying grounded and composed, even in the face of significant setbacks. It requires a conscious effort to focus on what we can control and let go of what we cannot. This mindset helps us navigate through life's inevitable challenges with grace and wisdom. Adopting a resilient posture means approaching each difficulty with a calm, measured response and seeking solutions rather than dwelling on the problem. By cultivating this resilience, we build an inner strength that enables us to face life's trials with confidence and poise. This Stoic approach ensures that we remain undisturbed by external events and maintain our inner peace regardless of the circumstances. Number 11, practical application. Stoic philosophy is not merely theoretical, but highly practical, offering concrete strategies for dealing with life's challenges. When faced with setbacks such as losing a job or encountering obstacles in personal projects, it is essential to redirect our efforts constructively. For example, an entrepreneur whose venture fails can use the experience to reassess and develop new ideas. Similarly, a person facing relationship changes can approach the situation with maturity, focusing on growth and understanding rather than resentment. By viewing setbacks as opportunities for redirection, we can maintain our momentum and continue moving forward. This practical application of Stoicism involves consistently seeking ways to adapt and thrive despite obstacles. It encourages us to remain flexible and open-minded, using each challenge as a stepping stone towards greater resilience and wisdom. By embracing this approach, we transform potential failures into valuable lessons and maintain our progress on the path to personal growth. This practical wisdom helps us navigate life's uncertainties with a steady, composed mindset. Number 12, mindset and adaptability. A Stoic mindset views obstacles not as insurmountable barriers but as integral parts of the journey. This perspective allows for continual realignment with our core virtues and wisdom. By anticipating challenges and adapting our plans accordingly, we remain flexible and resilient. This adaptability is crucial for maintaining progress and achieving our goals, even when the path is not straightforward. Viewing obstacles as opportunities for growth rather than setbacks fosters a proactive approach to problem solving. This mindset ensures that we do not become disheartened by temporary detours, but use them to refine our strategies and reinforce our commitment to our values. By maintaining this flexible approach, we can navigate life's twists and turns with greater ease and confidence. Adapting to changing circumstances while staying true to our principles is the essence of Stoic resilience. This mindset empowers us to transform obstacles into opportunities, ensuring that we remain steadfast on our path to personal growth and fulfillment. Number 13, living by virtue. Sir Marcus Aurelius emphasizes the importance of living by virtue regardless of external circumstances. He teaches that no obstacle can prevent us from acting with justice, self-control, and wisdom. By embracing obstacles as opportunities for growth, we align our actions with our highest values. This approach transforms challenges into catalysts for personal development. Living by virtue means consistently choosing to act ethically, even when faced with difficulties. It involves maintaining our integrity and commitment to our principles, no matter what external forces we encounter. This steadfastness ensures that we remain grounded and resilient, capable of navigating life's challenges with grace. By focusing on our inner virtues, we build a foundation of strength and wisdom that supports us through all of life's trials. This Stoic commitment to virtuous living empowers us to face obstacles with courage and equanimity, knowing that our true strength lies in our character and ethical choices. Number 14, compassion for genuine hardship. Stoicism acknowledges the reality of severe hardships such as illness, abuse, and war. While these situations represent profound suffering, many have summoned heroic resilience in the face of such adversity. It is essential to retain compassion for those enduring unimaginable trauma and pain. At the same time, Stoicism teaches that ordinary struggles are often more manageable than we perceive. By maintaining a perspective of resilience and strength, we can face our challenges with greater courage and determination. Compassion for genuine hardship involves recognizing the suffering of others while also understanding our capacity to endure and overcome. This dual perspective fosters empathy and solidarity, helping us support others while maintaining our own resilience. By acknowledging the severity of true hardships, we can better appreciate the manageable nature of our daily struggles. This compassionate approach helps us navigate life's challenges with a balanced, empathetic perspective, enhancing our inner strength and wisdom. Number 15, not creating upsets. Marcus Aurelius advises us not to turn situations into crises unnecessarily. Often, we blow minor inconveniences out of proportion, creating unnecessary distress. By choosing calm acceptance over emotional reactions, we can navigate daily annoyances with ease. A missed train, a rude comment, or a delayed flight need not be a source of significant upset. When we resist the urge to dramatize minor events, we maintain our inner peace. This principle applies to both minor daily irritations and larger life challenges. By practicing mindful detachment, we can prevent ourselves from being unduly disturbed by life's inevitable inconveniences. This approach helps us conserve our energy and focus on what truly matters, ensuring that we do not waste our mental and emotional resources on trivial matters. By choosing not to turn minor issues into major crises, we cultivate a sense of calm and resilience, allowing us to navigate life's ups and downs with greater ease and serenity. Number 16, Stoicism in modern life. Applying Stoic principles to contemporary challenges can help us navigate the fast-paced modern world with greater ease and wisdom. The core teachings of Stoicism remain relevant today, offering practical strategies for maintaining inner peace amidst external chaos. By balancing Stoic detachment with modern responsibilities and relationships, we can live a more harmonious and fulfilling life. This involves integrating Stoic practices into our daily routines, such as reflecting on our actions, practicing mindfulness, and maintaining a perspective of calm acceptance. By doing so, we cultivate resilience and adaptability, enabling us to handle the stresses of modern life with grace. Stoicism teaches us to focus on what we can control and let go of what we cannot, providing a framework for navigating the complexities of contemporary existence. By embracing these timeless principles, we can achieve a balanced, centered approach to life, ensuring that we remain undisturbed by the ever-changing circumstances around us. Number 17, mindful detachment. Refraining from self-created suffering is a crucial Stoic practice. By maintaining energy and clarity for true priorities, we can avoid the unnecessary turmoil that comes from overreacting to minor events. Mindful detachment involves observing situations without becoming emotionally entangled in them. This approach helps us stay grounded and focused on what truly matters. By practicing mindful detachment, we can navigate life's challenges with a sense of calm and resilience, ensuring that we are not easily disturbed by external events. This practice allows us to conserve our mental and emotional resources for addressing significant issues rather than wasting them on trivial matters. By cultivating this habit, we can maintain a sense of inner peace and clarity, even in the face of adversity. This Stoic principle empowers us to remain composed and focused, ensuring that we are not swayed by the inevitable ups and downs of life. Number 18, final thoughts. Imagine a life where the storms of daily existence don't rattle you, where each challenge is met with unwavering calm and composed strength. This is the gift of Stoic philosophy, a path to enduring peace and resilience. Remember, it's not the events themselves that disturb us, but our interpretations of them. By practicing Stoicism, we reclaim our power over our reactions, transforming obstacles into opportunities for growth. As you journey forward, embrace the Stoic mindset. Focus on what you can control, accept what you cannot, and meet each moment with calm acceptance. By doing so, you can navigate life's ups and downs with greater ease and wisdom, ensuring your inner peace remains steadfast amidst external chaos. Now I invite you to reflect on your experiences. Have you faced challenges that tested your resilience? How did you respond? And how might a Stoic approach have made a difference? Share your thoughts and stories in the comments below. Your insights could be the spark that inspires others on their path to tranquility. Let's create a community of shared wisdom and support, helping each other to act like nothing disturbs us anymore.
Here are 10 things you should never share with your family, no matter how close you are. Oversharing might seem harmless, but it could unintentionally damage relationships, create misunderstandings, or even leave you feeling vulnerable in ways you didn't expect. Imagine revealing a past mistake, only to see pity replace respect in your loved one's eyes. Or casually sharing a health concern, only to spark excessive worry that changes how your family interacts with you. These are just a couple of examples where well-intentioned openness can backfire. But what if you could avoid these traps entirely? What if choosing thoughtful silence in key areas could actually deepen your family connections and bring you greater peace? In this video, we'll explore not just what to keep private, but why it matters. You'll discover how these strategies protect your relationships, preserve your dignity, and create an environment where you can thrive. By the end, you'll have a clear roadmap to balance openness with discretion, ensuring that your family sees you for the strong, resilient person you are. Let's dive into these 5 essential secrets you should keep to yourself. 1. Negative opinions about extended family members. It's tempting to vent about an annoying cousin or a meddlesome aunt during family conversations. After all, family dynamics can get tricky, and emotions sometimes run high. But openly sharing negative opinions about extended family members can do more harm than good. Not only can it create unnecessary tension, but it may also lead to long-lasting rifts that affect everyone involved. Imagine this scenario. You're frustrated with a distant uncle who always gives unsolicited advice at gatherings. You casually share your feelings with a sibling, expecting sympathy. Instead, they relay your words to another family member who eventually tells your uncle. Now, what started as harmless venting becomes the spark for a feud. The next family event is awkward, with everyone walking on eggshells, and you're left wondering if it was worth it. One reason to keep negative opinions private is the ripple effect they can create. Family members often feel compelled to take sides, even when they'd rather not. What you see as a personal grievance might snowball into a wider issue, dragging others into a conflict they weren't involved in. Even well-meaning relatives can escalate the situation by sharing your comments under the guise of clearing the air. Another reason is the fleeting nature of emotions. A comment made in frustration can lose its significance once you've calmed down. Unfortunately, the damage it causes may linger. Extended family relationships are often less forgiving because they don't involve the daily closeness that builds trust and understanding over time. A careless word can permanently tarnish how someone views you or how you view them. Instead, focus on addressing your frustrations privately. Journaling, meditating, or discussing your feelings with a trusted friend outside the family can help you process emotions constructively. If the issue with the family member persists, consider approaching them directly and respectfully rather than involving others. This approach avoids unnecessary drama and shows emotional maturity. By choosing to keep negative opinions private, you protect your family's harmony and demonstrate respect for everyone involved. Relationships can stay cordial and gatherings remain enjoyable. After all, family isn't about perfection. It's about finding ways to coexist peacefully despite differences. Choosing discretion strengthens bonds and creates an atmosphere of trust that benefits everyone. 2. Your financial struggles in real time. Money can be a sensitive subject, especially when you're going through financial difficulties. While it might feel natural to share these struggles with family members, doing so in real time can create unnecessary worry, judgment, or even tension within relationships. Instead, managing these challenges privately or with a trusted advisor can help you maintain independence and preserve family harmony. Consider Sarah, a 40-year-old who had recently started a small business. As with many startups, she faced financial uncertainty in the first year. Eager to share her experiences, she confided in her parents about how difficult things were. Although her parents wanted to help, their concern quickly turned into frequent calls, unsolicited advice, and suggestions to abandon the business for a safer corporate job. Sarah felt supported at first, but soon found their constant questioning and interventions overwhelming, leaving her feeling doubted rather than encouraged. One reason to avoid sharing financial struggles prematurely is the pressure it can place on your loved ones. Parents or siblings may feel obligated to step in financially, even when they're not in a position to help. Others might inadvertently treat you differently, viewing you through a lens of struggle rather than capability. These shifts in dynamics can strain relationships and erode the respect you've built over time. Another consideration is how financial struggles are often temporary. Sharing these issues in the moment might paint an incomplete picture of your overall stability. Once you've overcome the challenge, your family may still associate you with that struggle, even if you've moved on. It's better to address the issue, learn from it, and share insights once you've gained perspective and resolution. Instead of opening up about real-time financial issues, focus on actionable steps to resolve them. Seek professional advice, create a budget, or brainstorm solutions with a mentor or trusted friend. If you do decide to share with family, keep it focused on lessons rather than current hardships. For example, how you're learning resilience or managing challenges effectively. By keeping financial struggles private, you shield your family from unnecessary worry and maintain your own sense of control. This approach helps you emerge stronger and ensures your relationships remain rooted in mutual respect and positivity. When you do choose to share your story, it will be from a place of growth rather than vulnerability. 3. Personal, spiritual, or philosophical doubts. Sharing personal doubts about spirituality, religion, or philosophy can be a deeply vulnerable act. While it's natural to wrestle with such questions, revealing them too openly to family, especially in households where beliefs are tightly held, can unintentionally create confusion, tension, or even judgment. Choosing to process these doubts privately can help you preserve your peace and maintain harmony within your family. Take David's story, for example. Raised in a devout household, he began to question his religious beliefs in his early 30s. Feeling the need to share, he confided in his mother during a family dinner. Her response was immediate and emotional. She saw his doubts as a rejection of their shared faith and upbringing. What David intended as a conversation about exploration turned into a heated debate, leaving both parties feeling misunderstood. The following months were marked by strained interactions and an unspoken discomfort that neither could fully address. One reason to keep spiritual doubts private is the deeply personal nature of such journeys. These questions often require time, introspection, and exploration to understand fully. Sharing prematurely may open you up to criticism or advice that feels dismissive or even intrusive. Family members may react defensively, seeing your doubts as a challenge to their own beliefs or a rejection of shared values, even if that's not your intention. Additionally, unresolved doubts may not yet have clarity or answers. Sharing them too soon could lead to misunderstandings or assumptions about where you stand, creating unnecessary friction. Processing these thoughts privately or with a trusted confidant outside the family allows you the space to explore without feeling pressured to defend or justify your feelings. Instead of voicing your doubts openly, consider exploring them through journaling, reading, or speaking with someone who can provide neutral guidance, like a spiritual mentor or therapist. If you feel the need to share with family, frame it in a way that focuses on your exploration rather than presenting it as a definitive stance. For instance, saying, "I'm trying to learn more about my beliefs," is less likely to provoke strong reactions than declaring a sudden shift. By choosing to keep spiritual or philosophical doubts private, you give yourself the freedom to explore without external pressure. This allows you to preserve family harmony while staying true to your personal journey. When the time comes to share your conclusions, you'll do so with clarity and confidence, fostering meaningful and respectful dialogue. 4. Minor health concerns. It's natural to share aspects of your health with your family, especially as you age or experience new physical challenges. However, constantly voicing every minor ache, pain, or discomfort can lead to unintended consequences. Worry, overreaction, or even a shift in how your family perceives you. Choosing to keep minor health concerns to yourself can help maintain a positive and balanced family atmosphere. Let's consider the example of Linda, a 65-year-old retired teacher. She started noticing occasional joint pain in her hands. One day, she mentioned it casually to her son. Concerned, he immediately began researching remedies, suggesting doctor visits and lifestyle changes. While Linda appreciated his care, the response left her feeling overwhelmed and, surprisingly, a bit fragile. Over time, she noticed her family started treating her differently, checking on her constantly and avoiding asking her for help with simple tasks. What started as a small issue turned into a source of unnecessary focus and worry. One reason to avoid sharing every minor health issue is the anxiety it can create for your family. Loved ones may feel obligated to step in, offer advice, or even overcompensate by treating you as if you're less capable than you are. This can alter the dynamics of your relationships, making them feel more like caregivers than equals. Another factor is the psychological impact on you. Constantly discussing health concerns can make them feel bigger than they are, drawing your focus to discomfort rather than wellness. This can unintentionally reinforce a mindset centered on limitation rather than resilience. Instead of vocalizing every small health issue, focus on maintaining your overall well-being. Share positive updates about what's going well, like enjoying a walk or trying a new hobby. If you need support for a more serious issue, choose a trusted family member to confide in without making it the center of attention. By keeping minor health concerns private, you create an environment where your family sees you as strong, capable, and engaged in life. This approach helps preserve your sense of independence and ensures that conversations with loved ones focus on joy and connection, not worry. When serious health issues arise, your family will know you value their support, making those moments more meaningful. 5. Unfulfilled dreams or wishes. We all have dreams we've had to set aside, careers we didn't pursue, places we didn't visit, or passions we didn't fully explore. While these unfulfilled wishes are a natural part of life, sharing them too openly with family can sometimes create unintended sadness or feelings of guilt. Choosing to keep these dreams private allows you to cherish them without burdening loved ones. Take the story of Robert, a retired mechanic who had always dreamed of becoming an artist. In his younger days, he loved painting and even dreamed of opening a small gallery. Life, however, had other plans. He built a career, raised a family, and found satisfaction in other ways. One day, during a casual conversation, Robert shared his dream with his granddaughter, expecting to inspire her with his love for art. Instead, she looked at him with a mix of pity and guilt, saying, "I wish you'd been able to do that, Grandpa." What Robert intended as a heartfelt moment left his granddaughter feeling sad, and as though her existence might have been part of why his dream wasn't realized. This reaction surprised him, making him reflect on whether sharing his unfulfilled wish was the best choice. One reason to hold back on discussing unrealized dreams is that younger family members may misinterpret them as regrets, rather than a natural part of life's journey. They might feel guilty, believing they somehow contributed to your choices or sacrifices, even if that's not true. Another reason is that dwelling too much on what didn't happen can overshadow what did. Life is rarely about achieving everything on our list. It's about finding meaning and joy in the choices we've made. Sharing stories of resilience and fulfillment helps family members see you as someone who embraced life's twists and turns with gratitude. Instead of openly discussing unfulfilled dreams, focus on celebrating the values and experiences that shaped who you are. For instance, if Robert had shared stories of how his artistic creativity enriched his career or his relationships, he could still convey his love for art without unintentionally making his granddaughter feel burdened. By cherishing your dreams privately, you preserve them as personal reminders of who you are and what you value. This approach allows your family to see you as someone who embraced life's journey with strength and gratitude, inspiring them to do the same. 6. Past major mistakes. Our past is full of experiences that shape us, including moments of failure or poor judgment. While it can be tempting to share these stories with family members as cautionary tales, doing so might lead to unintended consequences. Past mistakes, even those meant as lessons, can alter how family members perceive you and create an emotional burden for them. Choosing to keep some of these stories private allows you to preserve both your dignity and the family dynamic. Take the example of Maria, a retired entrepreneur who once invested heavily in a business venture that failed. She shared the story with her son, intending to teach him about financial caution. While he appreciated the lesson, Maria noticed a subtle shift in his behavior. He began questioning her financial advice more often and occasionally joked about her decision in ways that stung. What she saw as a moment of vulnerability and wisdom had unintentionally changed how her son viewed her. One reason to keep major mistakes private is the potential for misinterpretation. Family members, especially younger ones, may not fully grasp the nuances behind your actions. They might focus on the failure rather than the lessons learned, seeing it as a reflection of your character rather than just a moment in time. This can shift their perception of you from a role model to someone fallible in ways they hadn't considered. Another reason is the emotional burden such stories can place on loved ones. Hearing about your past struggles might make them feel pity or regret, even if you've long since moved past those feelings. Instead of inspiring them, the story might weigh on their minds, making them overly cautious or even resentful of the risks they feel compelled to take. Rather than recounting every detail of your mistakes, focus on sharing the wisdom you've gained in a way that's relatable but not overly personal. For example, instead of describing the specifics of a failed investment, you might say, "I've learned to always research thoroughly before committing to something new." This conveys the lesson without exposing vulnerable parts of your past. By choosing discretion, you allow family members to see you as someone who has grown through life's challenges without being defined by them. This fosters a sense of respect and admiration, inspiring your loved ones to embrace their own resilience. It's not about hiding who you are, but about framing your story in a way that uplifts rather than burdens. Disappointments or dissatisfaction with family. As we watch our loved ones navigate life, it's natural to form hopes or expectations for them. Whether it's wishing they'd chosen a different career, lived closer, or approached life in a way more aligned with our values, these feelings can lead to disappointment. However, openly expressing dissatisfaction with family members' choices often does more harm than good. Choosing silence in these moments fosters trust, respect, and stronger relationships. Consider Amelia, a retired librarian whose daughter decided to pursue a career in the arts instead of the stable, traditional path Amelia had envisioned. Though Amelia admired her daughter's creativity, she couldn't shake her concern about financial security. One day, she voiced her feelings during a family dinner, suggesting her daughter consider something more reliable. Amelia thought she was being helpful, but her daughter felt criticized and unsupported. Their relationship grew strained, and her daughter became more reluctant to share her dreams. One reason to keep disappointments private is that expressing them can make loved ones feel as though they've let you down. Even well-intentioned comments can come across as judgment, creating a divide in the relationship. This can lead to defensiveness or a sense of inadequacy, making it harder for family members to feel comfortable being their authentic selves around you. Another reason is the subjectivity of disappointment. Often these feelings stem from our own values, experiences, or expectations rather than an objective reality. What feels like a poor choice to you might be deeply fulfilling to them. Acknowledging this can help you shift your perspective and focus on what truly matters, their happiness and growth. Instead of voicing dissatisfaction, focus on offering quiet support and encouragement. Celebrate their strengths and achievements, even if they differ from what you envisioned. For instance, Amelia could have praised her daughter's creativity and passion, while offering practical advice only when asked. This approach shows love and respect, strengthening the bond between them. By choosing silence over criticism, you create a safe, nurturing space where your family members feel accepted for who they are. This fosters open communication and deeper trust, ensuring that your relationships are built on a foundation of love rather than unmet expectations. In the long run, your silent support will speak louder than words, encouraging your loved ones to thrive on their own terms. 8. Conflicts with friends or co-workers. Workplace drama or tensions with friends can be frustrating, and sharing these experiences with family might feel like an easy way to vent or gain perspective. However, airing conflicts with those outside your family can lead to unintended complications. Family members might form lasting negative opinions about the people involved, or even worry excessively about your relationships or professional stability. Choosing to handle these disputes privately helps maintain both your peace and your family's. Take Jason, for example. He recently had a falling out with a longtime friend over a financial disagreement. Feeling frustrated, he shared the story with his sister, expecting sympathy. While she listened and empathized, her opinion of Jason's friend soured. Even after they resolved their issues, Jason noticed his sister remained distant and critical toward his friend, making social gatherings uncomfortable. What Jason saw as a fleeting conflict had left a lasting impression on his sister. One reason to keep conflicts private is that family members often don't have the full context of your relationships. They are more likely to take your side and form judgments based on the version of events you share, which may not always reflect the complexity of the situation. When you reconcile with the person, your family might still hold on to their negative perceptions, creating unnecessary tension or awkwardness. Another reason is that venting can magnify the problem. Repeating the story to others can reinforce feelings of frustration or anger, making it harder for you to move on. Handling the conflict directly with the person involved allows you to resolve the issue without outside interference or judgment. Instead of sharing every detail with family, consider finding a neutral outlet to process your feelings, such as journaling, meditating, or speaking with a trusted friend outside the situation. If you must discuss it, frame the conversation as seeking advice rather than airing grievances, keeping it solution-focused. By keeping personal conflicts private, you preserve your relationships and prevent unnecessary drama. This approach also allows your family to see you as someone who handles challenges with emotional maturity and discretion. In the end, your ability to resolve conflicts quietly demonstrates strength and resilience, setting a positive example for your loved ones. When the dust settles, your relationships remain intact, free from lingering judgments or misunderstandings. 9. Your plans for major life. Changes before they're certain. Big life decisions like changing careers, moving to a new city, or starting a new venture are exciting but also come with uncertainty. Sharing these plans with family before they're finalized might seem like a good way to involve them, but it can invite unsolicited advice, skepticism, or even unnecessary pressure. Keeping these plans private until you're certain allows you the space to make decisions on your terms. Take Emily's story, for example. She was considering leaving her corporate job to pursue her passion for baking and open a small cafe. Excited yet unsure, she shared her idea with her parents during a casual conversation. Instead of encouragement, she was met with concerns about financial risks and stability. Their questions, though well-meaning, left Emily feeling more anxious and doubtful about her decision. Ultimately, she shelved the idea, not because it wasn't viable, but because the added pressure from her family made it harder to focus on her goals. One reason to keep plans for major changes private is to avoid premature judgment. Family members often respond from a place of concern, offering advice or opinions based on their experiences rather than understanding your vision. This can lead to doubt, second-guessing, or frustration, which might derail your decision-making process. Another reason is the potential to change your mind. Plans for significant changes often evolve as you gather more information or explore new angles. Sharing too early may create expectations among family members, making you feel obligated to follow through even if your priorities shift. Instead of announcing your plans prematurely, focus on gathering the information and resources you need to make an informed decision. Seek guidance from mentors, colleagues, or friends who can provide neutral, practical insights. Once your plans are more concrete, you can share them with your family confidently, framing the conversation around your well-thought-out decision. By keeping major life changes private until you're ready, you protect your decision-making process from unnecessary external influence. When you do share your plans, your confidence and clarity will inspire your family's trust and support. This approach not only preserves your peace, but also strengthens your ability to navigate life's transitions with independence and resilience. It's not about excluding your loved ones, but about ensuring you involve them at the right time, on your terms. 10. Personal plans for assets. Discussing your plans for assets and inheritance might seem like a way to assure your family of their future, but sharing too much too soon can lead to unintended consequences. Misunderstandings, assumptions, or even conflicts can arise when these topics are brought up prematurely. By keeping your asset plans private until the right time, you ensure family relationships stay focused on love and connection rather than material concerns. Consider Robert, a retired banker who had spent years carefully planning his estate. Eager to share his intentions, he casually mentioned to his two children how he planned to divide his assets. What started as a simple conversation quickly turned into a heated discussion, with both children sharing opinions on how things should be handled. Robert hadn't expected his private plans to spark tension, but now he felt caught in the middle, his original intentions overshadowed by disagreements. One reason to keep these plans private is the potential for disputes among family members. Even when intentions are clear, differing expectations or needs can lead to unnecessary tension. Family members might unintentionally focus on material aspects rather than the relationships that truly matter. Another reason is the pressure it can place on you. Sharing plans too early might make you feel obligated to consider everyone's opinions, even when they don't align with your goals or values. This can lead to feelings of frustration or even regret as you navigate family dynamics while trying to finalize your decisions. Instead of discussing your plans openly, consider working with a trusted financial advisor or estate planner to ensure everything aligns with your wishes. When the time comes to share your intentions, do so with clear documentation and an explanation rooted in love and fairness. This approach minimizes confusion and ensures your decisions are respected. By keeping asset plans private, you create a sense of peace and independence around your decisions. Family time can remain focused on connection and shared memories rather than future expectations. When you do share your plans, it will be with confidence, allowing your loved ones to respect your choices and the legacy you're leaving behind. Ultimately, this discretion protects the harmony and trust within your family, ensuring relationships remain the priority over material concerns. As we journey through life, we learn that some things are best kept close to the heart. Choosing what to share and what to keep private isn't about secrecy. It's about protecting your peace, preserving your relationships, and fostering an environment of respect and understanding. By thoughtfully balancing openness with discretion, you can deepen your family connections while staying true to yourself. If this video resonated with you, please give it a thumbs up and consider subscribing to our channel. Your support helps us continue sharing practical advice and timeless wisdom for a fulfilling and balanced life. We'd love to hear your thoughts and takeaways. What stood out to you the most? Are there any lessons you've learned about what to keep private? Share your insights in the comments below. Your perspective could inspire someone else. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the next video.
"12 Signs of Poor Boundaries." Imagine navigating through life without the weight of constant worry, resentment, or self-doubt. Picture a reality where your sense of self remains unshaken, no matter the external pressures. This serene existence is within reach, rooted in the ancient wisdom of Stoicism and the mastery of setting healthy boundaries. Boundaries profoundly impact our lives, influencing our relationships, mental and physical health, and our very identity. In this enlightening discussion, we explore the 12 signs of poor boundaries, unveiling how these often overlooked aspects can entangle us in toxic relationships, exhaust our mental and physical health, and erode our true selves. Through the lens of Stoic philosophy, each sign is dissected, offering timeless strategies to reclaim control, build resilience, and live with greater integrity and purpose. Ready to transform your life and relationships? Let's uncover the wisdom behind setting boundaries and embracing your true self. Number 1. Neglecting personal growth. Neglecting personal growth is a telltale sign of poor boundaries, a concept deeply rooted in the Stoic philosophy. Stoicism emphasizes the pursuit of self-improvement and living a life aligned with virtue. When one overcommits to the needs of others, personal development is often sacrificed. This neglect not only stifles one's potential, but also leads to a life unfulfilled. The Stoics remind us that the highest good lies within, and thus we must prioritize our own growth to achieve true contentment. Embracing the Stoic principle of continuous self-improvement requires setting boundaries that allow for reflection, learning, and the cultivation of inner virtues. By doing so, we honor our true selves and contribute more meaningfully to the world around us. Remember, personal growth is not a selfish endeavor, but a necessary foundation for a life of wisdom and resilience. Set boundaries that protect your time and energy, ensuring that you can focus on becoming the best version of yourself. In doing so, you not only elevate your own life, but also inspire and uplift those around you. Number 2, over-focus on others. The Stoic philosophy teaches us the importance of balance, especially when it comes to our focus on others. Over-focusing on the needs of others at the expense of our own well-being is a clear sign of poor boundaries. While helping others is a noble pursuit, it must not lead to self-neglect. The Stoics urge us to maintain our inner tranquility and self-care, for only then can we be truly effective in our service to others. Excessive self-sacrifice leads to burnout and diminishes our capacity to support those we care about. By setting healthy boundaries, we ensure that our efforts to assist others do not come at the cost of our own health and happiness. In Stoic terms, this balance is achieved by recognizing our sphere of control and focusing on what we can manage, our own actions and reactions. Protect your well-being by establishing clear limits on how much you extend yourself for others. This practice not only preserves your energy, but also enhances the quality of your support, allowing you to serve from a place of strength and stability. Number 3, the loss of self. Losing one's sense of self is a profound consequence of poor boundaries. The Stoics champion the idea of knowing and embracing one's true nature, staying steadfast in one's principles and purpose. When boundaries are weak, individuals often absorb the identities and roles of those around them, leading to a diluted sense of self. This erosion of personal identity is contrary to Stoic wisdom, which emphasizes self-awareness and authenticity. To live a virtuous life, one must maintain a strong sense of self, unshaken by external influences. Setting firm boundaries allows you to remain true to your values and inner compass. The Stoics remind us that our primary duty is to ourselves, to cultivate our character and live in accordance with our principles. By doing so, we not only preserve our identity, but also offer genuine and unwavering support to those around us. Protect your sense of self by clearly defining your boundaries, ensuring that you remain rooted in your true identity, regardless of external pressures. Number 4, fear of rejection and abandonment. Fear of rejection and abandonment can cripple our ability to set healthy boundaries, yet Stoic wisdom offers a path to overcome these fears. Stoicism teaches us to cultivate resilience and independence, focusing on what we can control: our thoughts, actions, and reactions. This internal strength diminishes the power of external fears. When we fail to set boundaries due to fear of being left or rejected, we give away our peace of mind. The Stoics urge us to seek contentment within ourselves rather than relying on external validation. This shift in perspective empowers us to establish boundaries that protect our well-being without the anxiety of losing others' approval. By embracing the Stoic principle of inner resilience, we become less dependent on the whims of others and more grounded in our own worth. Set boundaries confidently, knowing that true relationships will respect and honor them. In doing so, you create a life anchored in self-respect and inner strength, immune to the destabilizing effects of fear. Number 5, resentment and annoyance. Resentment and annoyance often arise from overextending ourselves due to poor boundaries. The Stoics advise us to manage our emotions by accepting what we cannot control and focusing on our own actions. When we neglect our boundaries, we often find ourselves frustrated and resentful, feeling taken advantage of by others. Stoic wisdom teaches us that these negative emotions are indicators of our own missteps in maintaining boundaries. By recognizing and addressing the root cause, our failure to set limits, we can reclaim our peace of mind. Establishing clear boundaries is an act of self-care that aligns with Stoic principles. It allows us to interact with others from a place of balance and composure rather than frustration. Accept the responsibility for your boundaries and use them to protect your emotional well-being. By doing so, you transform resentment into tranquility, fostering healthier and more respectful relationships. Number 6, inability to say no. The inability to say no is a common sign of poor boundaries, and Stoic philosophy provides valuable guidance on this issue. The Stoics remind us that true self-respect involves making choices that align with our values and well-being. Saying no when necessary is a form of self-care and integrity. When we consistently agree to tasks or favors out of fear of conflict or disappointing others, we compromise our own needs and values. The Stoic advocate for a life of virtue, which includes the courage to say no when it is in our best interest. This practice not only preserves our energy and focus, but also ensures that our commitments are genuine and meaningful. Embrace the Stoic principle of living according to your true nature by confidently setting boundaries and saying no when needed. This act of self-respect not only enhances your own well-being, but also fosters more authentic and balanced relationships. Number 7, passive aggressiveness. Passive aggressiveness is a subtle yet destructive sign of poor boundaries. Stoicism promotes clear and honest communication rooted in respect and understanding. When we fail to set and communicate our boundaries directly, frustration and unmet needs often manifest as passive-aggressive behavior. This indirect expression of dissatisfaction creates confusion and resentment in our relationships. The Stoics teach us to address issues head-on with calmness and clarity, ensuring that our interactions are based on mutual respect. By setting clear boundaries and communicating them openly, we avoid the pitfalls of passive aggressiveness. This approach fosters healthier relationships and aligns with the Stoic ideal of living in harmony with others. Embrace the courage to communicate your needs and boundaries directly, creating a foundation of respect and understanding in all your interactions. Number 8, people-pleasing. People-pleasing is a clear indicator of poor boundaries and a significant barrier to living a virtuous life. Stoicism teaches us to seek inner contentment and integrity over external approval. When we prioritize pleasing others over our own needs and values, we compromise our true selves and invite imbalance into our lives. The Stoics remind us that our worth is not determined by others' opinions, but by our own virtuous actions. By setting boundaries that honor our true nature, we live with authenticity and self-respect. People-pleasing often stems from a desire for validation, but Stoicism encourages us to find that validation within. Cultivate the strength to set boundaries and prioritize your own well-being, knowing that true respect and admiration come from living in accordance with your principles. Number 9, oversharing. Oversharing is another sign of poor boundaries that Stoicism addresses through the principle of discretion. Sharing too much information too quickly, especially without establishing trust, can lead to vulnerability and regret. The Stoics advocate for measured and thoughtful communication, sharing only what is necessary and appropriate. This practice not only protects our own well-being, but also fosters trust and respect in our relationships. By being discerning in our interactions, we maintain our dignity and avoid the pitfalls of oversharing. Embrace the Stoic wisdom of caution and discretion, ensuring that your communication is both respectful and prudent. This approach strengthens your boundaries and enhances the quality of your relationships. Number 10, difficulty making decisions. Difficulty making decisions often stems from poor boundaries as we struggle to balance our own needs with those of others. According to Stoic wisdom, we must exercise our rational mind to make decisions aligned with our values and virtues. The Stoics teach us to focus on what we can control and to act with clarity and purpose. When we are torn between overextending ourselves and honoring our commitments, it indicates a lack of clear boundaries. By setting firm limits, we empower ourselves to make decisions confidently and with integrity. Embrace the Stoic principle of rational decision-making by establishing boundaries that support your values and well-being. This practice not only enhances your own life, but also fosters more respectful and balanced relationships. Number 11, mental health impacts. Poor boundaries significantly impact mental health, a concern that Stoicism addresses through the cultivation of emotional balance and resilience. The Stoics teach us to manage our thoughts and emotions, recognizing that poor boundaries can lead to anxiety, depression, and other mental health issues. By setting clear boundaries, We protect our mental well-being and create a foundation for a more balanced and fulfilling life. Stoic practices such as mindfulness and self-reflection help us maintain our emotional equilibrium, even in challenging situations. Embrace the Stoic principle of self-care by establishing boundaries that support your mental health. This approach not only enhances your own well-being, but also allows you to be more present and effective in your relationships. Number 12, dependence on external validation. Dependence on external validation is a pervasive sign of poor boundaries. Stoicism encourages us to find validation within ourselves, recognizing that true worth comes from virtuous living. When we constantly seek approval from others, we compromise our own values and invite instability into our lives. The Stoics teach us to cultivate inner contentment and self-respect, relying on our own judgment and principles. By setting boundaries that prioritize our well-being and integrity, we free ourselves from the need for external validation. Embrace the Stoic wisdom of self-reliance, ensuring that your actions are guided by your values rather than the opinions of others. This practice not only strengthens your boundaries, but also enhances your sense of self-worth and fulfillment. Mastering the art of setting boundaries is not just about protecting your peace, it's about reclaiming your true self and living a life of purpose and resilience. By embracing the wisdom of Stoicism, you can transform your interactions, nurture your mental health, and cultivate a sense of inner tranquility that remains unshaken by external chaos. As you reflect on these 9 signs of poor boundaries, consider how they manifest in your own life and how you can start making changes today. Remember, setting boundaries is an act of self-respect and a commitment to living authentically. We'd love to hear your thoughts and experiences. How have boundaries, or the lack thereof, impacted your life? Share your stories in the comments below, and let's continue this journey toward greater wisdom and self-awareness together. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more insights on living a balanced and fulfilling life. Stay wise and stay true to yourself.
10 alarming signs. You're losing yourself in a relationship and how to deal with this problem. Do you feel like you've lost touch with who you are since entering your relationship? It's a subtle process. Compromises here, small sacrifices there, and before you know it, you barely recognize yourself. Losing yourself in a relationship doesn't happen overnight. It's gradual, often disguised as love or devotion, but it ultimately leaves you feeling disconnected, invisible, and unfulfilled. A healthy relationship should complement your individuality, not diminish it. Yet, in the name of harmony, many of us overextend ourselves, prioritizing our partner's needs while neglecting our own. Stoic philosophy teaches us the value of self-respect and balance. As Epictetus said, freedom is the only worthy goal in life. It is won by disregarding things that lie beyond our control. In relationships, this freedom comes from staying true to your values, even as you grow together with another person. This video will guide you through 10 alarming signs that you might be losing yourself in your relationship. Each point is designed to help you reflect on your current dynamics, identify areas where you may be compromising too much, and find ways to reclaim your sense of self. Remember, losing yourself doesn't mean the relationship is doomed. It's a wake-up call. With awareness and action, you can create a partnership that honors both your individuality and your connection. Let us approach this with the wisdom of the Stoics, calmly, courageously, and with the intention of living in alignment with our true selves. Let's dive in. 1. You've stopped pursuing your interests. One of the first signs that you're losing yourself in a relationship is letting go of the passions and hobbies that once brought you joy. Whether it's painting, exercising, reading, or spending time with friends. These activities often take a back seat as your focus shifts entirely to your partner's needs and preferences. For example, maybe you used to attend a weekly yoga class, but now you skip it because your partner prefers to spend evenings together. Or perhaps you loved gardening, but it no longer feels worth the effort since your partner doesn't share the same enthusiasm. Over time, these small sacrifices add up, and you begin to lose touch with what makes you feel alive. Stoicism teaches us to value what is within our control, our choices and actions. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. By letting go of your passions, you surrender a part of your identity, which diminishes your overall strength and joy. To reclaim this part of yourself, start small. Dedicate even 15 minutes a day to something you love. Let your partner know that these interests are part of what makes you who you are. I'm going to spend some time on my painting tonight. It's important to me." A healthy relationship will not only allow space for your individuality, but encourage it. Your interests are not just hobbies, they are expressions of who you are. By nurturing them, you not only honor yourself, but also bring a fuller, more vibrant self to your relationship. 2. You constantly seek their approval. Do you find yourself hesitating to make decisions without first consulting your partner? Constantly seeking their approval, whether for small choices like what to wear or big decisions about your career, is a sign that you may be losing confidence in your own judgment. Over time, this behavior can lead to dependence, eroding your sense of autonomy. Imagine wanting to pursue a professional opportunity, but instead of trusting your instincts, you delay, worrying about how your partner might feel. Or perhaps you change your plans, outfit, or opinion to align with what you think they'd prefer. While seeking input in a partnership is natural, consistently prioritizing their opinion over your own is not. Stoicism teaches us to live with self-respect and integrity. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." This wisdom applies not only to moral choices, but also to how we honor our own inner compass. Relying too heavily on another's validation weakens the foundation of your self-trust. To counter this, practice making decisions independently. Start small, choose something without asking for their input, then reflect on how it feels to trust yourself. Gradually, you'll rebuild confidence in your ability to navigate life on your own terms. When appropriate, involve your partner in your decisions, but ensure it's a collaboration, not dependence. Approval from your partner should enhance your confidence, not define it. By trusting your judgment, you reclaim your autonomy and strengthen both your relationship and your sense of self. 3. You compromise your values. Have you ever found yourself going along with something that doesn't sit right with you, just to maintain harmony in your relationship? Whether it's agreeing with their views to avoid conflict or participating in activities that conflict with your principles, compromising your values is a troubling sign that you may be losing yourself. For example, you might agree to cut corners in a financial decision because your partner insists it's not a big deal, even though honesty is a core value for you. Or perhaps you stay silent about an issue that matters deeply to you because you fear their disapproval. These moments may feel minor, but they chip away at your integrity and create internal conflict. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of living in alignment with our values. Epictetus reminds us, "No man is free who is not master of himself." When you betray your principles, you lose mastery over your actions, leaving you disconnected from your true self. To address this, reflect on what matters most to you. Write down your core values and consider whether your relationship supports or challenges them. If you find yourself compromising too often, it's time to have an honest conversation with your partner. Express your feelings calmly. I feel strongly about value, and it's important that we respect that in our relationship. Living true to your values is non-negotiable. A relationship that forces you to compromise your integrity is not a partnership. It's a loss of self. Stand firm in who you are and let your actions reflect the strength of your character. 4. Your social circle has shrunk. Have you noticed that your friendships and family connections have started to fade since entering your relationship? While it's normal for priorities to shift, completely losing touch with your social circle is a red flag that you might be overly focused on your partner at the expense of other meaningful relationships. Perhaps you used to meet friends for coffee regularly, but now you decline invitations, feeling guilty about spending time away from your partner. Or maybe you've stopped calling family as often because your schedule revolves around your relationship. Over time, these decisions isolate you, leaving your partner as your sole source of connection and support. Stoicism teaches us the value of balance in our relationships. Marcus Aurelius said, "We are made for cooperation, like feet, like hands, like eyelids." This cooperation extends beyond romantic relationships to include friends, family, and the broader community. A fulfilling life requires nurturing a variety of connections, not relying solely on one. Rekindle your social circle by reaching out to friends and family intentionally. Schedule regular catch-ups, even if it's just a quick call or a coffee date. Let your partner know that maintaining these relationships is important to you and your overall well-being. A healthy relationship encourages growth in all areas of life, including your social connections. By fostering a strong support network, you enrich your life and avoid the pitfalls of isolation. True strength comes from balancing love for others with love for yourself and your community. 5. You feel overly responsible for their happiness. Do you find yourself constantly trying to keep your partner happy, even at the expense of your own well-being? While supporting each other is a cornerstone of a healthy relationship, feeling overly responsible for your partner's emotions can leave you drained and disconnected from your own needs. Imagine your partner is upset and you drop everything to comfort them, even if it means neglecting an important task or compromising your own peace of mind. Or you find yourself walking on eggshells, constantly trying to anticipate and prevent anything that might upset them. This pattern often leads to burnout as you take on more emotional labor than is fair or sustainable. Stoicism reminds us that we cannot control others, only our own actions and responses. Epictetus said, "It is not events that disturb people, but their judgments about them." Your partner's happiness is ultimately their responsibility, just as yours is yours. Taking this to heart helps create a balanced, healthier dynamic. To address this, practice setting emotional boundaries. Offer support without overextending yourself. "I'm here for you, but I also need to take care of myself right now." Encourage your partner to take ownership of their emotions while ensuring your own needs are met. A strong relationship is a partnership, not a one-sided effort. By sharing the responsibility for emotional well-being, you foster mutual respect and allow each person to grow independently and together. 6. You've lost your independence. Independence is vital in any relationship, yet it's often one of the first things sacrificed when you begin to lose yourself. Over time, you might find that your decisions, goals, and even daily routines revolve entirely around your partner, leaving little room for your own identity. For example, you stop pursuing personal goals because they don't align with your partner's plans, or you avoid making decisions without first consulting them, even for matters that primarily affect you. This level of dependence may seem harmless at first, but it erodes your confidence and creates an unhealthy dynamic. Stoicism teaches us to preserve our autonomy. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts." If your independence is compromised, your sense of self, and therefore your happiness, is weakened. Reclaiming your independence starts with small steps. Set goals that are entirely your own, whether it's pursuing a hobby, taking a class, or advancing in your career. Make decisions that prioritize your needs and desires, and communicate with your partner about the importance of maintaining individuality within the relationship. A healthy relationship doesn't stifle independence, it celebrates it. By reclaiming your autonomy, you strengthen both yourself and the partnership, creating a foundation of mutual respect and balance. 7. You avoid conflict at all costs. Conflict is an inevitable part of any relationship, but avoiding it entirely can be a sign that you're losing yourself. When you suppress your feelings or agree with your partner just to maintain peace, you sacrifice your voice and create an imbalance in the relationship. For instance, imagine your partner suggests something you're uncomfortable with, but instead of expressing your concerns, you go along with it to avoid an argument. Or perhaps you hold back your true feelings about a recurring issue, fearing it will cause tension. Over time, these unspoken conflicts build resentment and distance. Stoicism encourages us to face challenges with courage and rationality. Marcus Aurelius advised, "You must build up your life action by action and be content if each one achieves its goal as far as possible." Addressing conflict constructively is one of those necessary actions for a balanced and honest relationship. Start by expressing your concerns calmly and clearly. "I feel uncomfortable with this, and I'd like to talk about it." Focus on solutions rather than assigning blame. Healthy conflict can strengthen a relationship by fostering understanding and trust, while avoiding it only deepens the divide. A relationship built on suppressed emotions is fragile. By facing conflict with openness and courage, you not only maintain your sense of self, but also nurture a stronger, more authentic connection with your partner. 8. You're neglecting self-care. Have you stopped prioritizing your own physical, mental, or emotional well-being? When you consistently put your partner's needs above your own, self-care often becomes an afterthought. Over time, this neglect can leave you feeling exhausted, unbalanced, and disconnected from yourself. For example, you skip workouts or healthy meals because your partner's schedule or preferences take precedence. Or you stop carving out alone time because you feel guilty for prioritizing yourself. While it may seem noble to focus on your partner, neglecting self-care depletes your ability to show up fully in the relationship. Stoicism teaches us the importance of nurturing our inner and outer well-being. As Epictetus said, "Take care of your body as if it were a temple." Self-care isn't selfish, it's essential. Without it, you cannot bring your best self to any aspect of life, including your relationship. Start by reclaiming small moments for yourself. Dedicate 20 minutes each day to something that recharges you, whether it's meditating, exercising, or reading. Communicate to your partner that self-care is non-negotiable for your health and happiness. A supportive partner will respect this and encourage you to take time for yourself. Remember, you can't pour from an empty cup. Prioritizing self-care ensures you remain balanced and capable of nurturing both yourself and your relationship. 9. You feel unrecognized or invisible. Do you feel like your thoughts, feelings, and achievements go unnoticed in your relationship? When your partner dominates conversations or dismisses your contributions, it can leave you feeling unappreciated and invisible. For instance, you might share an accomplishment only for your partner to downplay it or quickly shift the focus back to themselves. Or you might express a concern only to feel like your voice isn't being heard. Over time, this dynamic erodes your confidence and makes you question your value in the relationship. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of self-worth. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Man must consider not only his functions, but what the thing is which forms his judgment." Your value isn't diminished because someone else fails to see it. It is inherent and unwavering. If you feel invisible, address it with honesty and assertiveness. I feel like my thoughts and feelings aren't being acknowledged, and I'd like us to work on communicating better. A healthy relationship is built on mutual recognition and respect. By ensuring your voice is heard, you reaffirm your worth and create a more balanced dynamic. A wise person knows that recognition begins with self-respect. 10. You don't recognize yourself anymore. Perhaps the most alarming sign that you're losing yourself in a relationship is the feeling that you've become a stranger to yourself. Your goals, passions, and even your personality feel muted or entirely absent, leaving you wondering who you've become. For example, you used to dream of pursuing a certain career, but now that vision feels distant or irrelevant. Or maybe your sense of humor, once vibrant and carefree, has been replaced by constant worry about pleasing your partner. This loss of self can create a deep sense of emptiness. Stoicism teaches us that self-awareness is essential to a meaningful life. Seneca said, "To live is to be mindful." Recognizing when you've strayed from your true self is the first step toward reclaiming your identity. Reconnect with yourself by revisiting your goals, values, and passions. Spend time reflecting on what truly matters to you and take deliberate steps to reintroduce those elements into your life. Communicate your journey to your partner. I've realized I've lost touch with some parts of myself, and I'd like to focus on rediscovering them. A healthy relationship supports individuality and growth. By rediscovering who you are, you not only strengthen yourself, but also bring greater depth and authenticity to the partnership. As the Stoics remind us, true freedom lies in living authentically and in harmony with our values. Reclaim yourself, and the rest will follow. Solutions: how to reclaim yourself in a relationship. Recognizing that you're losing yourself in a relationship is the first step toward change. The good news is that reclaiming your sense of self doesn't mean ending the relationship. It means rebalancing it. By addressing these patterns with clarity and wisdom, you can create a healthier, more fulfilling dynamic. Here are practical steps to help you realign with your true self. 1. Practice self-reflection. Self-awareness is the cornerstone of personal growth. Reflect on how you've changed since entering the relationship. Ask yourself, what parts of myself have I let go of and why? Journaling or meditating can help you uncover where you've compromised too much and what you need to reclaim. Stoicism encourages regular introspection. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Look within. Within is the fountain of good, and it will ever bubble up if you will ever dig." By understanding your inner needs, you can begin to realign your life with your values. 2. Set clear boundaries. Healthy relationships thrive on mutual respect and boundaries. Identify areas where you've overextended yourself, whether it's emotional labor, time, or energy, and communicate your limits to your partner. For example, if you've been neglecting your hobbies, let your partner know, "I'd like to dedicate some evenings to my painting. It's something that helps me feel grounded." Boundaries are not walls, they're bridges that foster understanding and respect. 3. Reconnect with your passions. Rediscover activities that make you feel alive, whether it's taking up an old hobby, exploring a new interest, or dedicating time to personal goals. Prioritize these pursuits as essential to your well-being. Seneca's wisdom applies here. True happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future. By reintroducing joy into your life, you reclaim a vital part of who you are. 4. Strengthen outside relationships. A balanced life includes connections beyond your romantic relationship. Rebuild ties with friends, family, and your community. Schedule regular meetups or calls with loved ones and invest in these relationships as a source of support and fulfillment. As Marcus Aurelius said, "We are made for cooperation." Nurturing your wider circle enhances your sense of belonging and prevents over-reliance on your partner. 5. Foster independence. Regain confidence in your ability to navigate life on your own terms, set personal goals, and make decisions that align with your values, even if they don't directly involve your partner. Independence isn't about separation. It's about maintaining your identity while being part of a partnership. Epictetus reminds us, "No man is free who is not master of himself." True freedom in a relationship comes from standing firm in your individuality. Losing yourself in a relationship doesn't happen overnight, and reclaiming yourself takes time, reflection, and deliberate action. The key is to approach this process with grace and wisdom, understanding that a healthy relationship is one where both partners grow together while maintaining their individuality. Stoic philosophy offers timeless guidance. Live in alignment with your values, nurture your inner self, and embrace the strength that comes from knowing who you are. By practicing self-reflection, setting boundaries, and fostering your passions and independence, you can create a partnership that enhances, not erases, your identity. Remember, as the Stoics teach, balance and self-awareness are essential for a fulfilling life. You deserve a relationship that uplifts and inspires you without compromising your sense of self. Take the first step today and trust that by prioritizing yourself, you'll create a healthier, more authentic connection with both your partner and yourself. If you found this video insightful, please give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel for more wisdom and guidance on navigating life's challenges. Your support means so much and helps us continue creating meaningful content. We'd love to hear from you. Have you ever felt like you were losing yourself in a relationship? How did you recognize it, and what steps did you take to reclaim your identity? Share your thoughts and takeaways in the comments below. Let's learn from each other and grow together.
Have you ever wondered how some people stay calm in the eye of the storm, while the rest of us can barely stand up in a breeze? Today, we're diving into the secret world of Stoic women, silent warriors of serenity, and discovering how they turn storms into gentle breezes. This isn't just another video, it's a key that can unlock a strength within you that you didn't even know existed. Imagine a woman who faces life's fiercest challenges with unwavering calmness, whose presence alone can turn chaos into order. These are the Stoic women, figures who break with conventional expectations and invite us to dive into an ocean of ancient wisdom. They are beacons in the storm, remaining firm, controlled and serene, even when life's waves try to knock them down. In this journey, we'll uncover the virtues that make these women so fascinating and admirable. From self-confidence and direct communication to adaptability and compassion, each virtue we explore is a vital tool for navigating the tumultuous seas of everyday life. We'll delve into vivid examples that illustrate how these qualities manifest in real-world scenarios, offering you insights that can transform your own life. So are you ready to embark on this adventure of self-discovery and exploration? Let's unravel the secrets of these extraordinary women, understand how they apply Stoic teachings in their lives, and perhaps find inspiration to tread our own path with more wisdom, resilience, and independence. 1. Enigmatic nature, a mysterious aura that invites deeper understanding. Stoic women possess an enigmatic nature that captures attention and curiosity. Their presence exudes a calm strength, a quiet confidence that doesn't need to shout for recognition. Picture a serene lake at dawn. Its surface is still, reflecting the sky's colors. Yet beneath the calm water lies a world of depth and activity. Similarly, a Stoic woman's mysterious aura invites others to look closer, to seek understanding beyond the obvious. Take, for instance, a woman named Emma, At work, she remains composed and focused, even during high-pressure meetings. She listens more than she speaks, and when she does contribute, her words are thoughtful and impactful. Her colleagues often find themselves pondering her insights long after the meeting has ended. Emma's calm demeanor and measured responses make her an intriguing figure. People are drawn to her not because she demands attention, but because she naturally commands it. This enigmatic quality is not about being aloof or distant. It's about cultivating a presence that encourages others to engage more deeply. Emma's co-workers feel a sense of peace and clarity when working with her, even when tackling complex projects. Her ability to remain steady and introspective amidst chaos creates a stabilizing force in her team. Furthermore, Emma's enigmatic nature fosters an environment where meaningful connections can flourish. Her colleagues feel comfortable approaching her for advice, knowing she will listen without judgment and offer thoughtful guidance. This creates a culture of trust and mutual respect, where people are encouraged to be their authentic selves. In essence, a Stoic woman's mysterious aura is a powerful tool that not only sets her apart, but also invites those around her to explore their own depths, leading to richer and more profound interactions. 2. Inner peace and mindfulness, maintaining calm and centered state. Stoic women practice mindfulness and cultivate inner peace by focusing on the present moment and letting go of things outside their control. Imagine Sarah, who, despite juggling a demanding job and family responsibilities, remains calm and composed. Every morning she spends a few minutes in meditation, grounding herself in the present. This practice allows her to approach each day with clarity and serenity. During a particularly stressful work day, when deadlines loom and pressure mounts, Sarah maintains her composure. Her colleagues, frazzled and anxious, notice her calm demeanor and are inspired to take a step back and breathe. Sarah's ability to stay centered amidst chaos becomes a beacon of tranquility, illustrating how mindfulness can transform stress into manageable tasks. 3. Natural leadership, leading by example. Stoic women lead by example, inspiring others through their integrity and strength. Consider Maria, a project manager known for her unwavering ethical standards. She consistently delivers results and treats her team with respect and fairness. Her leadership style is not about exerting power, but about fostering a collaborative and supportive environment. Maria's team flourishes under her guidance. When faced with a challenging project, her calm and rational approach helps the team navigate obstacles with confidence. Her ability to remain level-headed and decisive, even under pressure, instills trust and loyalty. Maria's leadership proves that true influence comes from example, not authority. 4. Self-confidence, an inner compass. A Stoic woman's self-confidence is rooted in deep self-knowledge and acceptance. Take Anna, who, despite facing numerous rejections in her career as a writer, remains confident in her abilities. She understands her worth and is not swayed by external opinions. Anna's self-assurance stems from her dedication to honing her craft and her belief in her unique voice. When Anna finally publishes her book, it receives critical acclaim. Her journey illustrates the self-confidence, when anchored in genuine self-awareness, becomes an unshakable foundation that guides one through life's uncertainties. 5. Non-judgmental approach, listening and understanding. Stoic women listen and understand without haste, making them valued confidants. Imagine Lydia, who is often sought out by friends and colleagues for her ability to listen without rushing to judgment. When a friend confides in her about a personal dilemma, Lydia listens attentively, offering empathy and thoughtful advice without imposing her own opinions. This non-judgmental approach creates a safe space for others to share their thoughts and feelings. Lydia's friends appreciate her ability to understand complex situations without jumping to conclusions, fostering deeper and more meaningful relationships. 6. Strength in adversity, accepting and growing. Stoic women accept and grow from struggles, demonstrating resilience. Think of Emily, who faces a significant personal setback when her business fails. Instead of succumbing to despair, she views the failure as a learning opportunity. Emily analyzes what went wrong, learns from her mistakes, and starts anew with greater wisdom and determination. Her resilience becomes a source of inspiration for others facing similar challenges. Emily's story highlights that strength is not about avoiding difficulties, but about embracing them and emerging stronger. 7. Compassion and empathy. Balancing emotional strength. Stoic women balance emotional strength with a deep sense of compassion and empathy. Consider Jane, a nurse who works long hours in a busy hospital. Despite the emotional toll of her job, she approaches each patient with genuine compassion. Jane's empathy allows her to connect deeply with those she cares for, offering comfort and support. Her ability to balance her own emotional well-being with the needs of her patients exemplifies the profound impact of compassion in caregiving. Jane's empathy not only aids her patient's recovery, but also enriches her own life with purpose and fulfillment. 8. Aversion to gossip, building community. Stoic women choose words that build rather than destroy, strengthening community bonds. Take Rachel, who refrains from participating in workplace gossip. When colleagues start discussing a contentious rumor, Rachel skillfully redirects the conversation to more positive and productive topics. Her refusal to engage in gossip fosters a more respectful and supportive work environment. Rachel's actions demonstrate that integrity in communication can build stronger, more cohesive communities. 9. Adaptability, adjusting to changes. Stoic women have the ability to adjust to changes and find new paths in times of turbulence. Imagine Lucy, who faces an unexpected career change when her company downsizes. Instead of panicking, Lucy embraces the change as an opportunity to explore new interests and skills. She takes up online courses and eventually transitions into a new field that she finds fulfilling. Lucy's adaptability illustrates that true strength lies not in rigidity, but in the ability to flow with life's changes and find new opportunities in the face of adversity. 10. Direct communication, clarity, and purpose. Stoic women communicate with clarity and purpose, fostering genuine and effective interactions. Consider Megan, who in meetings speaks directly and thoughtfully, ensuring her points are clear and concise. Her colleagues appreciate her straightforwardness, which eliminates misunderstandings and promotes efficiency. Megan's direct communication style builds trust and respect, as her team knows they can rely on her to be honest and transparent. This approach not only enhances teamwork, but also drives progress and innovation. As we wrap up our exploration of Stoic women, their unique virtues stand out as powerful tools for navigating life's challenges. These women, from their enigmatic aura to their unwavering resilience, offer lessons that can profoundly transform our lives. Mindfulness and inner peace help us stay calm amidst chaos. Natural leadership inspires and uplifts without exerting power. Self-confidence shows the value of deep self-awareness and acceptance. A non-judgmental approach fosters deeper connections, while resilience in adversity teaches us to grow from setbacks. Compassion and empathy highlight the importance of caring for others while maintaining emotional strength. An aversion to gossip strengthens community bonds, and adaptability helps navigate life's changes gracefully. Direct communication fosters trust and efficiency, while the balance of emotion and reason reminds us that feeling deeply and thinking clearly are complementary. By integrating these Stoic principles into our lives, we too can face life's storms with wisdom, strength, and grace. Thank you for joining us on this journey. If you found this exploration valuable, please subscribe and share your thoughts in the comments. Let's continue to grow and become a little more stoic each day. Have you ever wondered why some men effortlessly attract women, while others, despite their best efforts, struggle to get even a second glance? The secret isn't in their looks or wealth, but in how they conduct themselves. In this video, we'll delve into the art and dark psychology of ignoring women, a strategy rooted in Stoic principles and emotional intelligence. By mastering these 11 key traits, you'll not only stand out from the crowd, but also command respect and admiration from the women you meet. Get ready to transform your dating life and relationships by understanding what truly makes a high-value man. Let's dive in. Section 1. Independence. High-value men are comfortable being alone and use their solitude for introspection and personal growth. They understand that their self-worth is not tied to their relationship status and do not need a woman to validate their existence. This confidence and completeness are incredibly attractive because it demonstrates a deep sense of self-reliance and assurance. Consider John, a successful entrepreneur. Despite his busy schedule, John always makes time for himself. He enjoys solo activities like hiking, reading, and traveling. These moments alone are not just about leisure. They are opportunities for John to reflect on his goals, assess his progress, and plan for the future. This practice of solitude has not only made John more self-aware, but has also significantly boosted his confidence. When John meets women, he doesn't come across as needy or desperate for their attention. Instead, his calm and composed demeanor signals that he is comfortable in his own skin. Women find this trait magnetic because it's rare to encounter someone who is so self-assured. John's independence makes him stand out because he does not seek validation from others. He projects an aura of completeness and confidence that many women find irresistible. For instance, during a party, John might be seen casually engaging in conversations without hovering around anyone in particular. He listens more than he talks, showing genuine interest in others without feeling the need to impress. This behavior contrasts sharply with men who constantly seek attention and validation, making John appear more intriguing and desirable. Moreover, John's independence means he is selective about his relationships. He looks for partners who complement his life, not complete it. This selectiveness ensures that his relationships are based on mutual respect and shared values, rather than a need for validation. Women appreciate this because it means John values quality over quantity in his interactions. In summary, independence is a hallmark of high-value men. By being comfortable alone and using solitude for personal growth, they project confidence and self-assurance that is deeply attractive to women. This independence allows them to build meaningful relationships based on respect and mutual admiration, making them truly high value in the dating world. Section 2. Selective validation. High-value men offer praise sparingly and genuinely, making their approval more meaningful and valued. Instead of giving constant compliments or validation, they ensure that their approval is earned and authentic. This approach makes their validation significantly more impactful and desirable. Take Alex, for example, who is known for his discerning nature. When Alex interacts with women, he doesn't bombard them with flattery. Instead, he observes and takes note of qualities that genuinely impress him. One evening at a social gathering, he meets Sarah, a woman who is passionate about environmental conservation. Rather than complimenting her appearance, Alex engages in a conversation about her work and expresses sincere admiration for her dedication and knowledge in the field. This selective validation stands out because it is not shallow or routine. Sarah feels genuinely appreciated for her unique contributions and intelligence rather than just her looks. This makes Alex's compliment far more meaningful than the generic praise she might receive from others. Women like Sarah find themselves drawn to men like Alex because their approval feels earned and special. By offering selective validation, high-value men also avoid inflating a woman's ego unnecessarily. This prevents the dynamic where a woman might take a man's attention for granted. Instead, she is encouraged to maintain the qualities that earn the genuine praise. This dynamic creates a healthier, more balanced interaction where both parties appreciate and respect each other more deeply. In essence, selective validation sets high-value men apart by making their compliments rare and genuine. This not only enhances the woman's self-esteem in a meaningful way, but also encourages her to maintain and build upon her positive traits. As a result, women feel more valued and respected, and high-value men are seen as discerning and sincere, further boosting their attractiveness. Section 3. Direct communication. High-value men understand the value of clear communication. They avoid vague statements and excessive small talk, opting instead for directness and precision. This straightforward approach is refreshing and establishes a strong, confident presence. Imagine David, a high-value man who is straightforward in his communication. When he texts a woman, he avoids using excessive emojis or frivolous language. Instead, he is clear and concise. For instance, instead of saying, "Hey, maybe we could hang out sometime if you're free," David says, "I enjoyed our conversation last night. Are you free for dinner on Friday?" This direct approach conveys confidence and decisiveness. Women appreciate this clarity because it removes ambiguity and establishes a clear intention. It shows that David values his time and hers, and is not afraid to express what he wants. This level of directness sets David apart from other men who might beat around the bush or be overly accommodating. Moreover, when David encounters a woman who tries to play games or tests his patience, he doesn't engage. If a woman cancels plans last minute without a valid reason, David does not respond with frustration or desperation. Instead, he might say, "I understand things come up. Let's reschedule when you're certain about your availability." This response is mature, direct, and shows that he values his time and does not tolerate disrespect. By being direct, high-value men like David demonstrate that they have clear boundaries and expectations. They do not waste time on games or mixed signals, which women find attractive because it shows maturity and self-respect. This clarity also helps in quickly identifying whether a potential relationship is worth pursuing, saving time and emotional energy for both parties. In summary, direct communication is a hallmark of high-value men. By being clear, concise, and straightforward, they project confidence and decisiveness. This approach not only enhances their attractiveness, but also fosters healthier, more respectful interactions with women. Section 4. Purpose. High-value men are driven by their goals and ambitions. They focus their energy on building a life they can be proud of, rather than wasting time on unproductive relationships. This sense of purpose makes them stand out and adds to their overall appeal. Consider Mike, who has a clear vision for his future. He is passionate about his career as an architect and spends a significant amount of time honing his skills and working on projects. Mike's dedication to his craft is evident in everything he does, from his work ethic to the way he talks about his goals. When Mike meets women, they are often impressed by his ambition and drive. He doesn't come across as someone who is aimlessly drifting through life. Instead, he has a strong sense of direction and purpose. This makes him attractive because women are drawn to men who are passionate and motivated. Mike's purpose also means he doesn't have time for frivolous relationships. He is selective about who he spends his time with, ensuring that any relationship he enters into complements his goals rather than detracts from them. This selectiveness adds to his allure, as it shows that he values his time and is not easily swayed by superficial attractions. Furthermore, Mike's dedication to his goals means that he is always striving to improve himself. Whether it's through further education, networking, or personal development, he is constantly growing. This continuous self-improvement is a key trait of high-value men, making them even more appealing to women who value growth and ambition. In essence, having a strong sense of purpose sets high-value men apart. Their drive and ambition make them attractive because they demonstrate a commitment to personal and professional growth. This focus on their goals not only enhances their own lives, but also makes them more desirable partners who bring stability and inspiration to their relationships. Section 5. Fearless mindset. High-value men see themselves as equals to women and maintain composure, which enhances their attractiveness. They understand their worth and are confident in their allure, which allows them to remain composed and relaxed around women. Take Tom, for example, who has a fearless mindset. He does not view women as unattainable or superior beings, but as equals. This perspective allows him to interact with women without anxiety or desperation. When Tom meets someone new, he engages in conversation naturally, without trying too hard to impress. This fearless mindset makes Tom irresistibly attractive because it exudes confidence and self-assurance. Women are drawn to men who are comfortable in their own skin and do not place them on a pedestal. For instance, during a social event, Tom might approach a woman and start a genuine conversation about mutual interests without overthinking his words or actions. This natural confidence sets him apart from men who become anxious or overly eager around attractive women. Tom's charisma stems from a deep-rooted belief in himself. He visualizes himself at the apex of his life, exuding strength and confidence. This self-assurance is evident in the way he carries himself and interacts with others. Women find this trait magnetic because it signals that Tom is not easily swayed by external opinions or pressures. Moreover, Tom's fearless mindset means that he doesn't seek validation from others. He knows his worth and does not rely on others to boost his self-esteem. This independence is attractive because it shows that he is self-sufficient and confident. Women are more likely to be drawn to men who are secure in themselves and do not need constant reassurance. In summary, a fearless mindset is a key trait of high-value men. By viewing women as equals and maintaining composure, they project confidence and self-assurance. This fearless approach makes them more attractive and allows them to build genuine, respectful relationships. Section 6. Attention. High-value men do not give free attention, making women seek their validation. By withholding constant attention, they stand out from other men who are eager to please and gain women's approval. Consider Danielle, who is strategic with his attention. Unlike many men who bombard women with likes, comments, and messages on social media, Danielle is more reserved. When he meets a woman he is interested in, he makes an initial connection but does not shower her with constant attention. Instead, he gives her space and lets her wonder about his intentions. This approach leaves women intrigued and wanting more. For example, when Daniel meets Emily at a party, he has a great conversation with her, but does not immediately follow up with a barrage of texts. Instead, he waits a few days before reaching out, allowing Emily to think about their interaction and anticipate his next move. This creates a sense of mystery and excitement, making Daniel more appealing. Daniel's restraint with attention also prevents him from being taken for granted. Women often receive excessive attention from multiple men, which can inflate their egos and make them less appreciative of genuine interest. By not giving free attention, Daniel sets himself apart and makes his validation more valuable. Moreover, Daniel's approach shows that he has a busy and fulfilling life. He is not always available because he has other priorities and commitments. This signals to women that he is a high-value man with a purpose, and they must earn his attention rather than receive it freely. This dynamic shifts the balance of power and makes women more eager to gain his approval. In essence, by controlling the amount of attention they give, high-value men create a sense of intrigue and value. Women are more likely to seek their validation and appreciate their interest, making these men more attractive and desirable. Section 7. Emotional control. High-value men master their emotions and avoid being overly reactive, conveying strength and reliability. They understand that emotional stability is key to maintaining respect and attraction in relationships. Imagine Mark, a man who has developed a high level of emotional control. When faced with a challenging situation, such as a disagreement with his partner, Mark remains calm and composed. He listens carefully, processes his thoughts and responds thoughtfully rather than reacting impulsively. This emotional stability makes Mark a rock in his relationships. For instance, if his partner Lisa becomes upset over a misunderstanding, Mark doesn't immediately react with anger or defensiveness. Instead, he stays calm, asks questions to understand her perspective, and addresses the issue rationally. This approach not only resolves conflicts more effectively, but also demonstrates Mark's maturity and reliability. Mark's emotional control extends to his everyday interactions. He doesn't let minor annoyances or setbacks disrupt his composure. Whether it's dealing with a difficult colleague at work or facing a personal challenge, Mark remains steady and focused. This resilience is attractive to women because it shows that Mark can handle pressure and won't be easily rattled by life's ups and downs. Furthermore, Mark's ability to manage his emotions makes him a dependable partner. Women feel secure knowing that they can rely on him in both good times and bad. This dependability enhances his attractiveness because it signals strength and stability, qualities that are highly valued in long-term relationships. In summary, emotional control is a crucial trait of high-value men. By mastering their emotions and avoiding impulsive reactions, they convey strength and reliability. This stability not only enhances their attractiveness but also fosters healthier, more respectful relationships. Section 8. Not rewarding bad behavior. High-value men understand the importance of not rewarding bad behavior. They avoid engaging in trivial disagreements and maintain a stoic demeanor, ensuring respect and setting clear boundaries. Consider Sam, who has a firm stance on not rewarding bad behavior. When Sam notices that his partner Rachel is engaging in irrational arguments or disrespectful behavior, he does not react with frustration or emotional outbursts. Instead, he distances himself and waits for Rachel to acknowledge her mistake. For instance, if Rachel consistently criticizes Sam over minor issues, he chooses not to engage in heated arguments. Instead, he calmly states his perspective and then gives her space to reflect on her actions. By not feeding into the conflict, Sam sends a clear message that such behavior is unacceptable and will not be tolerated without consequences. Sam's approach demonstrates strength and self-respect. Women like Rachel quickly learn that they cannot manipulate or control Sam with drama or emotional games. This behavior sets a tone of mutual respect in the relationship, as Rachel understands that Sam values himself and expects the same from her. Moreover, by not rewarding bad behavior, Sam avoids unnecessary stress and maintains his peace of mind. He focuses on positive interactions and ensures that his relationships are built on respect and understanding. This strategy not only enhances his attractiveness, but also creates a healthier dynamic where both partners are encouraged to communicate and resolve issues maturely. In essence, not rewarding bad behavior is a key trait of high-value men. By maintaining a stoic demeanor and setting clear boundaries, they ensure respect and avoid unnecessary conflicts. This approach fosters healthier relationships and makes them more attractive to women who value maturity and self-respect. Section 9. Boldness. High-value men take risks and confidently approach women, avoiding passive behavior. They understand that fortune favors the brave and that taking initiative is key to success in both dating and life. Consider Jake, who embodies boldness in his interactions. When Jake is interested in a woman, he doesn't hesitate to make the first move. At a networking event, he notices a woman named Laura who catches his eye. Instead of waiting for a perfect moment or overthinking his approach, Jake confidently walks up to her, introduces himself, and starts a conversation. This bold approach immediately sets Jake apart from men who are too timid or passive. Laura appreciates his confidence and finds his directness refreshing. Even if Jake faces rejection, he views it as a learning experience rather than a failure. This willingness to take risks and embrace potential failure makes Jake more resilient and attractive. Jake's boldness extends beyond his interactions with women. In his professional life, he's proactive and takes the initiative to seize opportunities. Whether it's pitching a new idea at work or pursuing a challenging project, Jake is not afraid to step out of his comfort zone. This attitude of boldness and initiative translates into his personal life, making him a dynamic and interesting individual. Furthermore, Jake's boldness means he doesn't settle for mediocrity. He strives for excellence in everything he does, from his career to his personal growth. This drive for success and improvement makes him a high-value man who stands out in any crowd. In summary, boldness is a defining trait of high-value men. By taking risks and confidently approaching women, they set themselves apart from passive individuals. This initiative and willingness to embrace challenges make them more attractive and successful in both their personal and professional lives. Section 10. Valuing time. High-value men prioritize their commitments and do not easily alter plans for women, making their time seem more valuable. They understand that time is a precious resource and manage it wisely to achieve their goals. Consider Tom, who has a busy and fulfilling life. Tom is dedicated to his career as a software developer and spends his evenings working on personal projects or engaging in hobbies like cycling and photography. When he meets a woman he likes, Tom makes it clear that his time is valuable. For example, when planning a date, Tom doesn't say, "I'm free anytime you are." Instead, he suggests a specific day and time that fits into his schedule, such as, "I'm available on Saturday evening. Would you like to join me for dinner then?" This approach signals that Tom has a life filled with meaningful activities and that he is not willing to drop everything at a moment's notice. Women find this attitude intriguing because it shows that Tom values his own time and expects others to do the same. It creates a sense of anticipation and makes his availability more precious. Additionally, by not being overly accommodating, Tom ensures that his interactions are more balanced and respectful. Moreover, Tom's focus on valuing time means he avoids wasting it on unproductive relationships or activities. He is selective about who he spends his time with and ensures that his relationships add value to his life. This selectiveness not only enhances his personal growth, but also makes him more attractive to women who appreciate a man with a clear sense of purpose and direction. In essence, valuing time is a crucial trait of high-value men. By managing their time wisely and prioritizing their commitments, they project a sense of self-worth and purpose. This attitude makes their time seem more valuable and ensures that their relationships are built on mutual respect and appreciation. Section 11. Personal boundaries. High-value men establish and maintain clear personal boundaries, demonstrating self-respect and demanding the same from others. They understand that setting boundaries is essential for healthy relationships and self-preservation. Consider Andrew, who is firm about his personal boundaries. Andrew knows what he values and what he will not tolerate in his relationships. When he starts dating someone new, he communicates these boundaries clearly and respectfully. For instance, he might say, "I value honesty and mutual respect in a relationship. I don't engage in relationships where there is dishonesty or manipulation." By setting these boundaries early on, Andrew establishes a foundation of respect and clarity. Women appreciate this straightforwardness because it removes ambiguity and sets clear expectations. If a woman crosses these boundaries, Andrew addresses it calmly but firmly. For example, if his partner cancels plans last minute without a valid reason, Andrew might say, "I understand things come up, but I value reliability. Let's make sure we respect each other's time moving forward." Andrew's firm stance on personal boundaries also means he's not afraid to walk away from toxic or unhealthy relationships. This self-respect signals to women that he values himself highly and will not settle for less. It also encourages them to respect him and his boundaries more deeply. Moreover, Andrew's boundaries extend to his personal time and space. He ensures that he has time for his own interests, friends, and self-care. This balance is crucial for his well-being and personal growth, making him a well-rounded and attractive individual. In summary, establishing and maintaining personal boundaries is a key trait of high-value men. By demonstrating self-respect and clear expectations, they ensure healthier, more respectful relationships. This approach not only protects their well-being, but also makes them more attractive and desirable to women who value maturity and self-respect. In the complex world of dating and relationships, becoming a high-value man means understanding and implementing strategies that set you apart. By embracing independence, offering selective validation, communicating directly, and having a strong sense of purpose, you can attract women naturally and effortlessly. Mastering emotional control, not rewarding bad behavior, and maintaining personal boundaries are essential traits that ensure respect and admiration. Remember, high-value men are bold, value their time, and have a fearless mindset that exudes confidence. These principles, rooted in Stoicism and emotional intelligence, not only enhance your attractiveness, but also contribute to a more fulfilling and balanced life. Implement these 11 key traits and watch as your interactions transform, leading to more meaningful and respectful relationships. Share your experiences and thoughts in the comments section below, and don't forget to subscribe to our channel. Stay tuned for more insights and strategies to help you thrive in all areas of your life. Until next time, continue to grow and embrace the journey of becoming the best version of yourself.
Imagine a life where you're no longer working just to make ends meet, but instead building real, lasting wealth. Wealth that brings you freedom, fulfillment, and impact. These aren't just any money rules. These are the strategies that took me from struggling paycheck to paycheck to questioning the very meaning of money. But here's the twist. Most people think building wealth is just about making more money. Yet nothing could be further from the truth. In fact, following conventional advice almost held me back. I learned the hard way that true wealth requires a mindset shift, a set of rules that goes against what most people believe. I'm talking about principles that not only grow your bank account, but free you from financial stress and open doors to opportunities you never imagined. If you're tired of just getting by and want to discover the unconventional rules that could transform your financial future, keep watching. So, what's different about these 20 rules? Unlike typical money tips, each of these strategies has been tested in real-life challenges, from saving during lean times to making high-stakes investments. I'll break down each rule in a way that's simple, relatable, and powerful, so by the end you'll have a roadmap to wealth that doesn't just promise financial gain, but also gives you the peace of mind and purpose that come with true financial freedom. Ready to see the first step? Let's dive in. 1. Avoid lifestyle creep. One of the hardest things to avoid once you start making decent money is the urge to upgrade your lifestyle. I remember early in my career when I got my first big paycheck, the temptation to buy a nicer car or move into a swankier apartment was overwhelming. After all, I had worked hard to get here, so why not reward myself, right? But I quickly realized that this thinking was a trap. I'd heard it called lifestyle creep before, and now it made sense. My spending would just keep growing with every raise or promotion if I wasn't careful. At first, it felt restrictive to hold back. I wanted to enjoy my success and share it with friends and family. But over time, I found more meaning in staying grounded and reinvesting that extra money in ways that would pay off down the road. Instead of buying that new BMW, I put the money toward a side business I'd always wanted to start. And you know what? That business ended up creating even more financial security for me in the future. The funny thing is, delaying those instant gratifications taught me something even more valuable than financial discipline. It taught me patience. I became someone who could look beyond the immediate reward for something bigger and better in the future. Today, I still live below my means, which lets me keep building a secure future while also freeing me from the pressure of keeping up with anyone else. I've realized that true wealth isn't about flashy things. It's about having peace of mind, financial security, and the freedom to make choices without being chained to a lifestyle I can't maintain. 2. Master emotional control. Learning to control my emotions, especially with money, was one of the toughest but most rewarding lessons. I can remember countless times I acted impulsively, buying things because I was stressed or investing in something because everyone else was doing it. But as I look back, I see that the times I stayed calm and rational with my decisions were the times I made the best choices. Emotions, whether it's excitement, fear, or impatience, can cloud judgment and lead to decisions we later regret. For instance, there was a period when the stock market was doing really well, and I felt this intense pressure to jump in on some high-risk stocks that everyone was talking about. I didn't even research them. I just dove in because I didn't want to miss out. When the market took a downturn, I panicked and pulled out, losing quite a bit. That was a wake-up call. I realized that if I was going to make smart financial decisions, I needed to separate my emotions from the process. Now, I take a step back any time I feel those emotions creeping up. I remind myself that wealth building is a marathon, not a sprint. I make it a point to do my research and approach every decision with patience and clarity. Practicing emotional control has saved me from repeating the same mistakes and allowed me to make decisions that align with my long-term goals, not just temporary feelings. 3. Protect your assets. The concept of protecting my assets didn't mean much to me in the early days. Back then, I thought building wealth was just about making money, but after seeing some close calls, unexpected expenses, family emergencies, even an economic downturn, I realized that protecting what I already had was just as important as growing it. I remember one incident when a medical emergency hit my family. Without proper insurance and savings, I would have been in serious financial trouble. That's when I understood the value of having a safety net. Insurance, emergency funds, and legal protections aren't just for big wealth. They're essential for anyone who wants to be financially secure. Today, I make sure I have coverage in the right areas: health, home, and car, and a solid emergency fund. I also explored setting up a legal framework to protect my assets, like putting certain investments in trusts. These steps help me feel secure and prepared for life's curveballs. Protecting my assets has given me peace of mind, knowing that no matter what happens, I'm prepared to handle it without risking my financial foundation. 4. Think long-term. When I first started working, my focus was entirely on short-term goals, monthly expenses, upcoming trips, a new gadget I wanted. But as I matured, I realized that if I wanted to build lasting wealth, I had to start thinking long-term. I remember someone telling me, the best time to start investing was yesterday. The second best time is today. That phrase stuck with me and changed my approach to money. One of the first things I did was start a retirement fund. It felt odd, thinking about retirement while I was still young, but I began to understand that wealth grows with time. The earlier I started, the more it would compound. I set up automated contributions to a retirement account, and over the years, I've watched it grow, little by little. Now, instead of chasing quick wins, I focus on investments that will benefit me 10, 20, or even 30 years down the line. Thinking long-term has helped me feel secure in my financial choices and taught me patience. It's about planting seeds today that will grow into something meaningful in the future. Instead of spending every dollar now, I know I'm working toward a bigger goal that will pay off and sustain me in years to come. 5. Assign your priorities. For a long time, I struggled with saying no to opportunities. Every new project, every investment, every business idea seemed like a great chance to make money. But I quickly realized that spreading myself too thin was counterproductive. The more I said yes to everything, the less time and energy I had for the things that truly mattered. One of the biggest breakthroughs for me was learning to assign my priorities and focus on what I did best. I asked myself, what am I genuinely good at? Where do my strengths lie? I identified my core skills and interests, and I decided to build around those. Instead of jumping at every opportunity, I committed to becoming exceptional at one thing. I learned that by becoming best in class in one area, I could unlock more opportunities than if I dabbled in many. It wasn't easy at first. There was always that fear of missing out. But I soon discovered that my focus and dedication brought me more success. I didn't just build wealth, I built expertise and a reputation in my field. By prioritizing, I became the go-to person for specific projects, and my financial growth followed. Now I approach every new opportunity by asking, does this align with my priorities? It's given me clarity, direction, and a much more intentional path to wealth. 6. Minimize borrowing. There was a time when I thought borrowing money was normal, even necessary, for making big purchases. I remember buying my first set of furniture with financing. It seemed harmless, no payments for a year, low interest, but over time I ended up paying far more than the actual value of the furniture. That's when I realized that borrowing for things that don't generate income is a slippery slope. After that, I started being more mindful about when and why I borrowed. I learned that there's good debt and bad debt. Borrowing to buy a new car or splurge on a vacation falls under bad debt because it drains my income without giving anything back. But borrowing to invest in skills or a business or even real estate is different. Those are assets that, if managed well, could pay back the loan and more. Nowadays, I follow a simple rule. If I can't afford it up front, I wait or work until I can. I make exceptions only for investments that improve my earning power or generate passive income. It's not always easy to hold back, but minimizing borrowing has freed me from debt anxiety. I don't owe anyone, and I'm not tied down by monthly payments. This approach has given me peace of mind, more control over my finances, and the freedom to make decisions based on my goals, not debt obligations. 7. Spend less than you make. This rule seems so basic, but it's one of the most powerful. I used to think that if I could just make more money, all my problems would be solved. But after a few years of making more money, I found myself still struggling to save anything substantial. Why? Because my spending habits had grown with my income. I wasn't spending wildly, but I also wasn't saving or investing as much as I could have. It took me a while to realize that it's not about how much I earn, it's about how much I keep. Once I accepted that, I started setting a monthly budget. I decided to live on a set percentage of my income and save or invest the rest. This one decision changed everything. Suddenly, I had extra money each month, and it felt empowering. I could use it to grow my emergency fund, invest in stocks, or put it into a side business. Now, I stick to the habit of spending less than I make, even when my income goes up. I've learned that true wealth doesn't come from earning a huge salary. It comes from consistently saving, investing, and living below my means. This approach has allowed me to build a safety net and work towards financial independence without feeling like I'm constantly chasing the next paycheck. 8. Have a ripcord budget. The idea of a ripcord budget might sound intense, but it's essentially an emergency plan for my finances. This was something I never thought I needed until I faced a sudden job loss early in my career. I had no backup plan and was living paycheck to paycheck, so losing my income was a huge wake-up call. I realized that if I wanted financial security, I needed to be prepared for the unexpected. Now, I keep at least 6 months of living expenses in a separate savings account, just for emergencies. This buffer has been a game changer for me. Knowing that I have that safety net means I don't have to panic or make rush decisions if something goes wrong, like a sudden job change, a health emergency, or an unexpected expense. It gives me the confidence to take calculated risks, knowing I have a cushion to fall back on. Having a ripcord budget isn't about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared for whatever life throws my way. It gives me peace of mind and allows me to focus on building wealth rather than constantly worrying about financial surprises. This safety net has kept me grounded through ups and downs, allowing me to make decisions based on long-term goals, not short-term fears. 9. Create multiple income streams. I used to rely solely on my job for income, believing that if I worked hard, I'd always have financial security. But after experiencing layoffs and economic downturns, I realized that putting all my eggs in one basket was risky. I needed more than one source of income to feel truly secure and financially free. That's when I started exploring other income streams. I began with small steps, investing in the stock market, starting a side business, and exploring real estate. Each new source of income took effort and patience, but it paid off over time. Today I have several streams of income, and the sense of security it gives me is invaluable. If one stream slows down, I'm not left scrambling because I have others to rely on. Creating multiple income streams has taught me the power of diversification. It's allowed me to take on new opportunities without worrying that a single setback will derail my financial progress. Building these streams took time and a willingness to try new things, but the freedom and peace of mind they provide are worth every effort. I no longer feel like my financial security hinges on one paycheck, and that's an empowering feeling. 10. Build a personal P&L. For a long time, I thought a profit and loss P&L statement was just for businesses, but then a friend who was financially savvy suggested I apply the same concept to my personal finances. At first it sounded like overkill, but the more I thought about it, the more it made sense. If I wanted to grow my wealth, I needed to have a clear understanding of what was coming in, what was going out, and what I was left with. So, I sat down and started tracking my income and expenses, just like a business would. I categorized my spending, set monthly goals, and calculated my profit, savings, at the end of each month. This process gave me a whole new level of clarity about my finances. I could see where I was overspending and where I could cut back. I also started setting specific savings and investment targets, which helped me stay accountable. Now, managing my finances with a personal P&L has become second nature. It's empowering to see my profits grow and to know exactly where I stand financially. This practice has helped me make better financial decisions, stay on top of my goals, and build a stronger foundation for wealth. Treating my finances like a business has been one of the most effective strategies for building long-term financial security. 11. Leverage compounding. When I first learned about the power of compounding, it felt almost magical. I'd always known that saving money was important, but it wasn't until I understood how compound interest works that I realized how powerful it could be. The idea that my money could grow exponentially just by being invested over time changed my whole approach to wealth building. I remember opening my first retirement account and starting with small, regular contributions. At first, the growth was slow, and I barely noticed a difference. But as the years went by, I started to see the compounding effect. My interest was earning interest, and that interest was growing on itself. Suddenly, what seemed like a modest investment was turning into something much larger. Now I prioritize investing early and consistently. I contribute to my retirement account, my brokerage accounts, and other investments with a long-term perspective. I've learned that the earlier I start, the more time my money has to grow. Compounding has taught me patience and discipline. It's about playing the long game and letting time work in my favor. Looking at my growing investments today, I'm grateful that I committed to this approach early on. Compounding has shown me that small, steady contributions can lead to substantial wealth over time. It's one of the most powerful tools for building financial security, and it's as simple as starting early and staying consistent. 12. Define your why. For a while I thought building wealth was just about making more money, but as I worked harder and achieved more, I found myself wondering why I was doing it all. What was the point if I wasn't clear on what I wanted out of life? That's when I realized I needed a why, a purpose behind my goals that would drive me and keep me focused. I took time to reflect on what mattered most to me. I realized that my ultimate goal wasn't just financial freedom, but the freedom to spend time with family, pursue passions, and help others. My why became about creating a life where I didn't have to worry about money, so I could focus on the things that truly mattered to me. Knowing this changed everything. It wasn't just about accumulating wealth. It was about what that wealth would allow me to do. Today, whenever I feel unmotivated or frustrated, I go back to my why. It reminds me why I started this journey in the first place. Having a clear purpose has made every step more meaningful, and it helps me make financial decisions that align with my true goals. Defining my why has transformed wealth building from a task into a passion, because now every dollar I save or invest brings me closer to a life that fulfills me.
13. Money is a tool, not the goal.
For years I made the mistake of thinking that money itself was the goal. I believed that if I just had enough money, I'd be happy and fulfilled. But after reaching a certain financial milestone, I found myself wondering, what's next? I had the money, but I still felt like something was missing. That's when I learned that money is a tool, not the goal. Money, I realized, is a means to an end. It can buy freedom, security, and the ability to pursue passions, but it doesn't define happiness or fulfillment. This shift in mindset changed how I approached my finances. Instead of obsessing over how much I had, I started focusing on what I could do with it. Could it allow me to spend more time with loved ones? Could it fund a project I'm passionate about? Could it give me peace of mind? Now, I see money as a resource to design the life I want. This perspective has made wealth building more rewarding because I'm not just accumulating money for the sake of it. I'm using it to create value in my life and in the lives of others. Understanding that money is a tool has freed me from financial stress and helped me focus on what truly matters. 14. Network is your net worth. Early in my career, I underestimated the power of a strong network. I thought that success was just about hard work and skills, but over time I realized that the people I surrounded myself with were just as important. One of my mentors once told me, "You're the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with." And it struck a chord. I realized that if I wanted to grow, I needed to be around people who were also striving for success. Building a strong network has been transformative. I've met people who not only inspire me, but also challenge me to be better. My network has opened doors to opportunities I never would have found on my own, from new business ventures to investment tips to personal growth. Surrounding myself with driven, like-minded individuals has pushed me to aim higher and stay focused. Today, I make an effort to nurture my relationships and seek out connections with people who share my values and goals. I've learned that networking isn't just about knowing a lot of people. It's about building meaningful relationships that uplift and support each other. My network has become one of my most valuable assets, and I'm grateful for the doors it has opened and the growth it has inspired. 15. High tides rise all boats. I used to think that wealth building was a solo journey, but over time I realized that helping others succeed has been just as important as my own growth. I remember a time when I hesitated to train a colleague because I worried they might surpass me or leave. But then I heard a quote that changed my mindset. What if you don't train them and they stay? That's when I started embracing the idea that high tides rise all boats. If I can help the people around me grow, it creates a better environment for all of us. I've found that when I invest in others, whether by sharing knowledge, offering guidance, or supporting their goals, it comes back to me in unexpected ways. Their success doesn't take away from mine, it adds to it. Now, I approach wealth building with a team mindset. I support my peers, colleagues, and even friends in their pursuits, because I know that when they succeed, we all benefit. This mindset shift has not only strengthened my relationships, but also created a sense of community and shared success. Helping others reach their potential has been deeply rewarding and has added a new dimension to my own journey. 16. Invest in knowledge. One of the best decisions I made was to prioritize learning and personal development. Early in my career, I didn't see the value in spending money on courses, books, or seminars. I thought I already knew enough to succeed. But as I started seeing successful people around me, I realized that they all had one thing in common. They invested in knowledge. They were constantly learning, expanding their skills, and growing their expertise. The first time I spent money on a course, I hesitated. It felt like a lot, and I worried it might not pay off. But that course ended up teaching me skills that made me more valuable in my career. It opened doors I hadn't even considered before. I started reading books on finance, business, and personal development, and each one gave me new insights that helped me make better decisions. Now, I make it a point to set aside a portion of my income for learning. I see it as an investment in myself, one that continues to pay off in ways I never imagined. Every book, course, or seminar adds to my skill set and makes me a better decision maker. Investing in knowledge has been one of the most valuable steps in my wealth building journey, and it's something I plan to keep doing for life. 17. Analyze risk-return ratios. For a long time I thought all investments were the same. Either they were good or bad. But over time I realized that each opportunity has its own risk and return profile, and understanding these ratios is key to making smart financial decisions. I remember one time I invested in a business idea without really evaluating the risks. I was caught up in the potential returns and didn't see the red flags. That investment didn't pan out, and I lost money. Since then, I've learned to approach every investment with a clear-eyed view of its risk-return ratio. I ask myself, what's the worst-case scenario, and am I prepared for it? I also consider the potential upside and whether it justifies the risk. Some investments, like stocks, offer high returns but come with higher risk, while others, like real estate, might offer moderate returns with lower risk. I've found that balancing these is key to building wealth without unnecessary stress. Now, I take time to analyze each investment carefully. I place my opportunities on a mental grid of high risk, high return to low risk, low return, and I choose based on my goals and tolerance. Understanding risk-return ratios has made me more strategic and helped me avoid impulsive decisions. It's given me the confidence to grow my wealth without taking on risks I'm not comfortable with. 18. Don't fear money. For a long time I had mixed feelings about money. I grew up hearing things like, money is the root of all evil, or rich people are greedy. These beliefs made me hesitant to pursue wealth, even though I wanted financial security. I found myself self-sabotaging, passing up opportunities, or feeling guilty whenever I earned more. It took me a while to realize that my relationship with money needed a serious shift. I started reading about money mindset And one idea resonated with me. Money itself is neutral. It's how we use it that matters. That simple realization changed everything for me. I began to see money as a tool for good, a way to provide for my family, help others, and achieve my dreams. I stopped fearing money and started inviting it into my life with a positive mindset. Now, I see wealth as something that can amplify my values and purpose. I focus on creating a healthy, abundant relationship with money, free from guilt or negative beliefs. This shift has allowed me to grow my wealth without the mental blocks I used to have. Embracing money with a positive mindset has been a game changer, and I'm grateful every day for the freedom and opportunities it brings. 19. Pay yourself first. For years, I lived by the pay everyone else first mentality. Bills, obligations, even favors for friends, all of it came before my own financial needs. The problem was, by the time I got around to myself, there was rarely anything left. It felt like I was working hard, but getting nowhere financially. Then, I read about the concept of paying yourself first, and it clicked. I decided to make a simple change. Every time I got paid, I'd put a percentage into savings or investments before anything else. At first, it felt strange, like I was breaking some unspoken rule, but over time, it became a habit. By putting myself first, I started building a small but growing safety net. I began to feel more secure, knowing I was making progress toward my financial goals, no matter what else was going on. Now, paying myself first is a non-negotiable part of my budget. It's one of the most empowering habits I've developed, and it's helped me build real wealth. I no longer feel like I'm just working to make ends meet. I'm working to create a better future for myself. This habit has taught me the importance of prioritizing my own financial well-being and has given me the confidence to continue building my wealth. 20. Give to get. I used to think that giving away money was counterproductive to building wealth. After all, shouldn't I be saving and investing every penny to reach my goals faster? But over the years, I've realized that giving can actually be a powerful tool in wealth building. I remember the first time I donated a significant amount to a cause I cared about. It wasn't a huge amount, but it felt impactful, and the gratitude I received made me feel like I was part of something bigger. Since then, I've made giving a regular part of my financial plan, whether it's supporting charities, helping out a friend in need, or even giving my time to volunteer. I've found that giving enriches my life in ways that go beyond money. It brings a sense of purpose and connection, and it reminds me of why I'm building wealth in the first place, to make a positive impact. Interestingly, the more I give, the more opportunities seem to come my way. I don't know if it's karma, good energy, or just the power of generosity, but giving has opened doors and brought incredible people into my life. I've learned that wealth isn't just about what I accumulate, it's about what I contribute. Giving to get has become one of my most fulfilling principles, and it's one I plan to keep practicing as I continue my journey. Now that you've heard the 20 rules that transformed my financial life, it's your turn to put them into action. Remember, building wealth isn't about quick wins. It's about consistent, smart decisions that lead to long-term freedom. I hope these rules not only inspire you, but also give you practical steps to start creating the financial future you want. If you found value in this video, please give it a thumbs up. It really helps the channel reach more people. Don't forget to subscribe for more insights and strategies on building wealth, finding purpose, and living a fulfilling life. And, of course, I'd love to hear from you. Drop a comment below with your thoughts, questions, or the rule that resonated with you the most. Let's start a conversation and help each other grow. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
Have you ever walked into a room and instantly felt the tension without anyone saying a word? Or perhaps you've met someone whose smile made you feel instantly at ease. These experiences highlight the incredible power of non-verbal communication. In a world where words often take center stage, it's easy to overlook the silent signals that profoundly shape our interactions. But what if you could decode these hidden messages to understand people better and improve your relationships? Join us on a journey into the fascinating realm of body language and non-verbal cues, where the eyes, face, gestures, and even personal space reveal the unspoken truths behind our words. By learning to read these signs, you'll gain a powerful tool for enhancing your emotional intelligence and connecting more deeply with others. 1. Focus on the eyes. The eyes are often called the windows to the soul, capable of revealing a vast array of emotions and thoughts. Observing someone's eyes can provide deep insights into their honesty, interest, and emotional state. For example, consider a job interview scenario. The candidate who maintains steady eye contact is perceived as confident and truthful. This direct gaze not only signals confidence, but also builds a connection with the interviewer, fostering trust. Conversely, a person who frequently averts their gaze might be experiencing discomfort, shyness, or even deceit. Imagine a situation where a friend is recounting a story about a recent trip. If they avoid eye contact or their eyes dart around nervously, it may indicate they're not being entirely truthful or they feel uneasy discussing the topic. Pupil dilation is another critical indicator. When someone is genuinely interested in what you're saying, their pupils tend to dilate. This physiological response is involuntary and can be quite revealing in social interactions. Picture a date where your companion's pupils are noticeably larger when you're sharing a story. They're likely very engaged and interested in you. Expressions involving the eyes, such as raised eyebrows or narrowed eyes, also convey specific emotions. Raised eyebrows can signal surprise or interest. For instance, if you share an exciting piece of news with a colleague and their eyebrows shoot up, it shows they are genuinely intrigued. On the other hand, narrowed eyes often indicate suspicion or skepticism. If someone narrows their eyes while listening to you, it might be a cue that they doubt the truth or clarity of your statement. Understanding these subtle eye movements and expressions can greatly enhance your ability to read and respond to the emotions and intentions of those around you, making your interactions more meaningful and authentic. Decoding facial expressions. Facial expressions are powerful indicators of a person's emotional state, revealing feelings that might not be expressed verbally. For example, during a conversation, a genuine smile, one that reaches the eyes and causes crow's feet, indicates true happiness and engagement. Imagine greeting a friend you haven't seen in years. Their face lights up with a genuine smile, reflecting their joy and warmth towards you. In contrast, subtle expressions like a slight frown or furrowed brows can signal concern, confusion, or concentration. Picture a meeting where a team member furrows their brow while reviewing a proposal. This might suggest they have questions or reservations about the content, prompting you to address their concerns directly. Tense facial muscles are often a sign of stress or discomfort. For instance, if a colleague's jaw is clenched and their smile appears forced during a presentation, it likely indicates they are nervous or uncomfortable with the situation. Recognizing these cues can help you provide support or adjust your approach to make them feel more at ease. 3. Gestures and body language. Gestures and overall body posture convey messages that words might not fully express. For example, crossed arms can indicate defensiveness or discomfort. Imagine a scenario where you're giving feedback to an employee. If they cross their arms and lean back, it might suggest they are feeling defensive or disagree with your points. Conversely, leaning forward and maintaining an open posture with arms relaxed and uncrossed shows interest and engagement. In a classroom setting, students who lean forward and nod occasionally are actively listening and absorbing the information being presented. Touching the face can be a sign of anxiety or uncertainty. Picture someone scratching their chin or covering their mouth while making a decision. These gestures often indicate that they are unsure and possibly second-guessing their choices. Recognizing these signs can guide you in offering reassurance or additional information to help them feel more confident. 4. Observing micro-expressions. Micro-expressions are brief, involuntary facial expressions that reveal genuine emotions, often occurring in fractions of a second. These fleeting expressions can be crucial in understanding someone's true feelings. For instance, a flash of fear, widened eyes and raised eyebrows during a tense conversation might indicate the person is feeling threatened or anxious, even if they are verbally expressing calm. Similarly, a quick expression of disgust, characterized by a wrinkled nose and raised upper lip, can reveal true feelings about a subject being discussed. Imagine someone briefly showing disgust while talking about a particular task at work. This micro-expression could indicate their true dislike or discomfort with the assignment, despite any positive statements they make. Happiness is often revealed through a genuine smile, but a micro-expression of joy might appear even if someone tries to conceal their happiness. For example, receiving unexpected praise might trigger a fleeting smile before they compose themselves, indicating their genuine pleasure at the compliment. 5. Monitoring vocal tone and pitch. Changes in vocal tone, pitch, and speed can provide significant clues about a person's emotional state. A higher pitch often suggests anxiety or deception. For instance, during a stressful situation, a person's voice might rise as they attempt to explain themselves, indicating nervousness or a lack of confidence in their words. A steady, calm tone, on the other hand, often signals confidence and sincerity. Imagine a leader addressing their team during a crisis. Their calm, measured speech can reassure and instill confidence in the team, even if the situation is challenging. Rapid speech can signify nervousness or excitement. Picture someone excitedly sharing news about a promotion. Their words may come quickly, and their pitch might rise, reflecting their enthusiasm and joy. Conversely, someone speaking quickly during an interrogation might be trying to cover their tracks or fabricate details, indicating possible deceit. 6. Analyzing personal space. Personal space preferences can reflect comfort levels and intentions. For instance, standing close to someone can indicate familiarity or intimacy. In a social setting, close friends or family members are comfortable being physically close, reflecting their strong emotional bonds. Maintaining a greater distance can signify formality or discomfort. In a professional setting, maintaining a respectful distance during conversations indicates professionalism and respect for personal boundaries. Conversely, invading someone's personal space can be seen as aggressive or overly intimate. Imagine a salesperson stepping too close during a pitch, making the customer feel uneasy and defensive. 7. Evaluating handshakes. A handshake can reveal much about a person's personality and emotional state. A firm handshake suggests confidence and assertiveness. For example, in a business meeting, a firm handshake at the beginning can set a positive tone, indicating the person's confidence and readiness to engage. A limp handshake may indicate insecurity or reluctance. Imagine meeting someone who offers a weak, hesitant handshake. This might suggest they are unsure of themselves or not fully committed to the interaction. A prolonged handshake can be a sign of dominance or eagerness. For instance, a person who holds on a bit too long might be trying to assert control or make a lasting impression. 8. Notice fidgeting. Fidgeting behaviors, such as tapping feet or drumming fingers, often signal nervousness or impatience. Imagine a student waiting for exam results. If they are constantly fidgeting, it likely indicates their anxiety and impatience. Recognizing these signs can help you offer reassurance or distractions to ease their tension. Conversely, stillness can reflect calmness and self-control. Picture a negotiator in a high-stakes discussion who remains perfectly still and composed. Their lack of fidgeting signals confidence and control, potentially giving them an advantage in the negotiation. 9. Paying attention to posture. A person's posture provides significant insights into their feelings and attitudes. An open posture, with arms relaxed and not crossed, shows openness and confidence. In a job interview, a candidate who sits up straight and keeps their arms open is likely confident and eager to engage. A closed posture, such as crossing arms or hunching, can indicate defensiveness or discomfort. Imagine a participant in a group discussion who sits with their arms crossed and shoulders hunched. This body language suggests they feel defensive or are not comfortable with the topic being discussed. 10. Watching for incongruence. When verbal and non-verbal messages do not align, it often signals deceit or internal conflict. For example, if someone verbally expresses confidence but avoids eye contact or displays nervous tics, their body language contradicts their words, suggesting they might not be entirely truthful or comfortable. In another scenario, consider a person who claims to be relaxed but is constantly fidgeting and showing tense facial expressions. This incongruence between their words and actions reveals their internal struggle or deceit. Being attuned to these inconsistencies can help you better understand the true feelings and intentions of those you interact with, enhancing your communication and emotional intelligence. In conclusion, mastering the art of reading non-verbal communication opens a gateway to deeper understanding and more meaningful connections. From the subtle flicker of a micro-expression to the telltale signs in a handshake, these silent signals offer profound insights into the emotions and intentions of those around us. By honing your ability to interpret these cues, you can navigate social interactions with greater empathy and awareness, enhancing both personal and professional relationships. Imagine the advantages of detecting honesty in a business deal through eye movements, or recognizing a friend's discomfort through their body language. These skills empower you to respond more effectively and compassionately, fostering trust and cooperation. As you continue to explore and practice these techniques, you'll find yourself more attuned to the complex, unspoken dance of human interaction. At Wiser, we believe that understanding and leveraging non-verbal communication is a cornerstone of emotional intelligence. Stay with us as we delve deeper into this and other facets of personal growth and wisdom. Together, we'll unlock the secrets of effective communication, paving the way for a more connected and insightful life. Have you ever wondered what truly makes someone socially attractive? Is it their charm, their wit, or perhaps something deeper? In a world where social connections are vital to personal and professional success, mastering the art of social attractiveness can be a game changer. Drawing inspiration from the timeless wisdom of Stoic principles, we uncover 15 habits that can transform your interactions and help you build meaningful, lasting relationships. Stoicism, an ancient Greek philosophy, offers profound insights into human behavior and personal growth. By integrating these principles into your daily life, you can enhance your social skills and become someone others naturally gravitate toward. Whether it's incorporating laughter to lighten the mood, maintaining good posture to convey confidence, or showing genuine compassion, these habits can elevate your social presence and make you more engaging and relatable. Join us as we delve into each of these habits, enriched with vivid examples and practical tips, to help you cultivate a magnetic personality that attracts and retains meaningful connections. Let's embark on this journey of personal transformation and discover the power of Stoic-inspired social attractiveness. 1. Incorporate laughter. Laughter is a universal language that bridges gaps and brings people together. It lightens the atmosphere, fosters connection, and allows us to find joy in the present moment. Imagine attending a gathering where the room is filled with serious conversations and tense faces. Then someone shares a light-hearted joke and the room erupts in laughter. Instantly the mood shifts from somber to joyful and people feel more relaxed and open. Using humor in your interactions can make you more approachable and enjoyable to be around. For instance, when meeting someone new, a clever, appropriate joke or a funny anecdote can break the ice and create an immediate bond. Think of a first date scenario where both parties are nervous and unsure. A shared laugh over a humorous story about a past awkward moment can ease the tension and pave the way for more meaningful conversation. However, it's crucial to use humor mindfully. Not everyone has the same sense of humor, and what might be funny to one person could be offensive to another. For example, at a workplace meeting, a well-timed, harmless joke about the quirks of office life can enhance camaraderie. But a joke that touches on sensitive topics can quickly backfire, causing discomfort and possibly damaging relationships. Moreover, laughter can be a powerful tool in stressful situations. Consider a family facing a difficult challenge, such as moving to a new city. Amidst the chaos of packing and goodbyes, sharing funny moments, like the time they tried to assemble furniture without instructions, can provide relief and strengthen their bond. Incorporating laughter into your daily life requires a balance of spontaneity and sensitivity. By using humor to connect with others, you not only enhance your social attractiveness, but also contribute to a more positive and joyful environment. Remember, laughter is a gift that can lighten even the heaviest of days and bring warmth to the coldest of hearts. 2. Maintain good posture. Good posture is a silent communicator of confidence and self-respect. When you stand tall with your shoulders back and head held high, you project an image of assurance and reliability. Picture a speaker at a conference. The one with a straight posture, open stance, and direct eye contact commands attention and respect, whereas a slouched speaker might struggle to keep the audience engaged. Maintaining good posture isn't just about aesthetics, it also influences how you feel. When you hold yourself confidently, you often start to feel more confident. For example, walking into a job interview with an upright posture can positively affect your performance by boosting your self-esteem and reducing anxiety. Conversely, slouching can convey insecurity and disinterest, potentially diminishing the interviewer's perception of your capabilities. Practicing good posture also impacts your physical health. For instance, Consistently sitting or standing with poor posture can lead to back and neck pain. By being mindful of your posture, you can prevent such discomfort and improve your overall well-being. Simple daily habits like adjusting your workstation to maintain an ergonomic alignment or practicing yoga to strengthen your core can significantly enhance your posture over time. In social settings, good posture can make you more approachable and engaging. Imagine attending a networking event. A person standing confidently with an open posture is more likely to attract conversation partners than someone hunched over their phone. By maintaining good posture, you send non-verbal cues that you are open to interaction and ready to engage. Incorporating good posture into your daily life is a powerful way to enhance your presence and make a positive impression on others. It reflects your inner confidence and respect for yourself, which in turn earns the respect and admiration of those around you. 3. Foster curiosity. Curiosity is a key ingredient in building meaningful connections. When you show genuine interest in others by asking thoughtful questions and actively listening to their responses, you create a bond that goes beyond superficial interactions. For example, instead of the typical, "How are you?" consider asking, "What's been the highlight of your week?" This question invites the person to share something meaningful and can lead to deeper conversations. Consider a scenario at a dinner party. While others might stick to small talk, you engage with someone by expressing curiosity about their latest project or a recent trip. This not only shows that you value their experiences, but also makes the interaction more memorable. People naturally feel more appreciated and connected when they sense that someone is genuinely interested in their lives. Fostering curiosity also means being an active listener. Instead of thinking about what you will say next, focus on what the other person is saying. For instance, if a friend is talking about a challenging situation at work, listen attentively and ask follow-up questions like, "How did you handle that?" or "What did you learn from the experience?" This approach shows empathy and encourages the person to open up more. Moreover, curiosity can broaden your own perspectives. Engaging with people from different backgrounds and cultures enriches your understanding of the world. Imagine meeting someone from a different country at a conference. By asking about their cultural traditions and daily life, you not only make a new friend, but also gain insights that can challenge and expand your own worldview. Curiosity fosters connections that are both deep and enriching. By showing genuine interest in others, you not only make them feel valued, but also create opportunities for learning and personal growth. This habit of engaging curiously makes you more socially attractive and builds lasting relationships. 4. Show compassion. Compassion is a powerful force in building strong relationships. It involves understanding and sharing the feelings of others, offering genuine support and empathy. For example, when a friend is going through a tough time, simply being there to listen and offer a comforting presence can make a significant difference. Saying, "I'm here for you, and I understand how hard this must be," validates their emotions and strengthens your bond. Consider the impact of compassion in a workplace setting. Imagine a colleague struggling with a heavy workload, offering to help with a project or even just taking a moment to acknowledge their stress can foster a supportive work environment. This act of kindness not only eases their burden, but also builds a foundation of trust and mutual respect. Compassion extends beyond close relationships to everyday interactions. Think about a time when a stranger was kind to you, such as helping you carry groceries or offering a smile when you were feeling down. These small acts of compassion can have a profound impact, reminding us of our shared humanity and creating a ripple effect of kindness. However, showing compassion also means taking care of yourself. It's essential to set boundaries and ensure you are not depleting your own resources. For instance, if a friend constantly leans on you for support, it's okay to express your own needs and suggest they seek additional help. Compassion is most effective when it comes from a place of balance and self-care. Incorporating compassion into your daily life not only enhances your social attractiveness, but also contributes to a more empathetic and connected world. By understanding and sharing the feelings of others, you build deeper, more meaningful relationships and create an environment where everyone feels valued and supported. 5. Cultivate a touch of mystery. Cultivating a touch of mystery involves sharing selectively and allowing your depth to unfold naturally. This approach invites others to engage more deeply, sparking curiosity and interest. Imagine meeting someone who shares their entire life story in the first conversation versus someone who reveals their experiences gradually. The latter often leaves a lasting impression, as there's an element of intrigue that keeps you wanting to know more. For instance, in a new friendship, instead of divulging all your personal details at once, consider sharing your experiences and interests over time. This gradual revelation creates a sense of anticipation and curiosity, making interactions more engaging and dynamic. It also allows for deeper connections to form as trust and familiarity build gradually. In romantic relationships, a touch of mystery can keep the spark alive. Sharing your thoughts and feelings openly is important, but maintaining some aspects of your individuality and experiences to be discovered over time can sustain interest and excitement. For example, planning spontaneous surprises or revealing hidden talents at unexpected moments can add an element of surprise and enchantment. However, cultivating mystery doesn't mean being secretive or deceptive. It's about finding a balance between openness and intrigue, being genuine and authentic in your interactions while leaving room for discovery makes you more captivating. Think of it as reading a book where each chapter reveals a bit more about the characters, keeping you engaged and eager to learn what happens next. This principle can also apply to professional settings. In a job interview, highlighting your skills and experiences without laying out your entire career history can pique the interviewer's interest. Sharing relevant achievements while hinting at your potential can create a compelling narrative that leaves them wanting to know more. By cultivating a touch of mystery, you enhance your social interactions with an element of intrigue. This approach not only makes you more attractive and engaging, but also fosters deeper and more meaningful connections. 6. Exercise patience. Patience is a virtue that greatly enhances social interactions. It involves allowing conversations to flow naturally without rushing or interrupting, showing respect and consideration for others. Imagine being in a group discussion where one person dominates the conversation, cutting others off mid-sentence. This behavior can stifle communication and create frustration. Conversely, a patient listener who waits their turn and gives others space to express their thoughts fosters a more inclusive and respectful dialogue. Consider the scenario of a family dinner. A child excitedly shares their day at school, and a patient parent listens attentively without interrupting. This patience not only encourages the child to express themselves freely, but also strengthens the parent-child bond. In contrast, impatience can lead to misunderstandings and feelings of neglect. Patience also plays a crucial role in resolving conflicts. When disagreements arise, taking the time to listen to the other person's perspective before responding can prevent escalation. For instance, in a workplace dispute, Patiently hearing out a colleague's concerns and responding thoughtfully can lead to a more constructive resolution. This approach shows that you value their input and are committed to finding a mutually beneficial solution. Moreover, practicing patience in daily interactions can enhance your own well-being. It reduces stress and fosters a sense of calm and control. For example, waiting in a long line can be frustrating, but using that time to practice mindfulness or engage in a pleasant conversation with a fellow queue member can transform the experience into a positive one. Patience is a powerful tool that can improve your relationships and social interactions. By allowing conversations to unfold naturally and showing respect for others' thoughts and feelings, you create an environment of trust and mutual respect. This habit not only makes you more socially attractive, but also contributes to your own inner peace and resilience. 7. Use mindful body language. Mindful body language is an essential component of effective communication. It ensures that your gestures, facial expressions, and eye contact reflect your genuine feelings and intentions. Imagine attending a presentation where the speaker maintains eye contact, uses open gestures, and smiles genuinely. This body language creates a connection with the audience and conveys confidence and enthusiasm. In contrast, consider a meeting where a participant crosses their arms, avoids eye contact, and has a closed-off posture. This body language can signal disinterest or defensiveness, creating a barrier to effective communication. Being mindful of your body language helps you convey the right message and fosters positive interactions. For instance, in a job interview, maintaining eye contact, nodding in agreement, and using open hand gestures can show that you are engaged and confident. Similarly, during a conversation with a friend, leaning in slightly and mirroring their expressions can create a sense of empathy and understanding. These non-verbal cues enhance the connection and make the interaction more meaningful. Mindful body language also involves being aware of the signals you send unconsciously. For example, fidgeting or checking your phone during a conversation can indicate boredom or distraction, even if you are genuinely interested. By being present and attentive, you show respect and appreciation for the other person, strengthening your relationship. Incorporating mindful body language into your daily interactions can significantly improve your social attractiveness. It helps you connect more deeply with others, convey your true intentions, and create a positive impression. By aligning your non-verbal cues with your verbal communication, you enhance your ability to build trust and rapport. 8. Be fully present. Being fully present in your interactions shows others that they are valued and important. In a world full of distractions, giving someone your undivided attention is a rare and precious gift. Imagine having a conversation with someone who is constantly checking their phone or looking around the room. This behavior can make you feel ignored and unimportant. In contrast, someone who listens intently, makes eye contact, and responds thoughtfully creates a sense of connection and respect. Consider a scenario where you are catching up with an old friend. By putting away your phone, maintaining eye contact, and actively engaging in the conversation, you show that you genuinely care about their thoughts and experiences. This level of presence can deepen your bond and create lasting memories. Being fully present also means being mindful of your own thoughts and feelings during interactions. For instance, if you find your mind wandering during a meeting, gently bring your focus back to the speaker. This mindfulness not only improves your understanding and retention of the information, but also demonstrates your commitment to the discussion. In personal relationships, being fully present can strengthen your connections and enhance your empathy. Imagine a partner sharing their worries with you. By listening attentively and responding with empathy, you validate their feelings and provide emotional support. This presence fosters trust and intimacy, making your relationship more resilient. Practicing presence requires conscious effort, especially in today's fast-paced world. Setting aside dedicated time for meaningful interactions, practicing mindfulness, and minimizing distractions can help you cultivate this habit. Being fully present enriches your social interactions, making you more attractive and trustworthy to others. 9. Develop cultural wisdom. Developing cultural wisdom involves understanding and appreciating different cultures to broaden your perspectives and connect with others. In today's globalized world, cultural awareness is essential for building meaningful relationships and fostering inclusivity. Imagine working on an international team where each member brings unique cultural insights. By appreciating and respecting these differences, you can collaborate more effectively and create a harmonious work environment. Consider the impact of cultural wisdom in social settings. When attending a cultural event, showing genuine interest in the traditions and practices can make you more engaging and respectful. For example, asking about the significance of a cultural festival or trying traditional foods with an open mind demonstrates your appreciation for diversity. Cultural wisdom also enhances your ability to connect with people from different backgrounds. Imagine traveling to a foreign country. Understanding and respecting local customs, such as greeting practices or dress codes, can help you navigate social interactions smoothly and build positive relationships. This awareness shows that you value and respect the local culture, making you a more attractive and considerate visitor. Moreover, developing cultural wisdom enriches your own life. It broadens your horizons and challenges your perspectives, fostering personal growth and empathy. For instance, learning about different religious practices or social norms can deepen your understanding of the world and reduce prejudices. Incorporating cultural wisdom into your daily life involves continuous learning and open-mindedness. Reading about different cultures, engaging in cultural exchanges, and reflecting on your own biases can help you develop this valuable trait. By embracing cultural wisdom, you enhance your social interactions and contribute to a more inclusive and empathetic world. 10. Embrace authenticity. Embracing authenticity means being true to yourself, standing firm in your beliefs, and finding comfort in your own skin. Authenticity attracts genuine connections and fosters trust and respect. Imagine meeting someone who is unapologetically themselves, sharing their passions and vulnerabilities openly. This authenticity creates a sense of sincerity and makes interactions more meaningful. Consider the impact of authenticity in friendships. When you are authentic, you attract like-minded individuals who appreciate you for who you are. For example, sharing your true interests and opinions can lead to deeper and more fulfilling relationships. Conversely, trying to fit in by pretending to be someone you're not can create superficial connections and feelings of emptiness. Authenticity also means accepting your flaws and imperfections. Imagine a leader who acknowledges their mistakes and shows vulnerability. This behavior not only earns the respect of their team, but also creates a culture of openness and trust. By being authentic, you inspire others to do the same, fostering a supportive and genuine environment. In personal growth, embracing authenticity involves self-reflection and acceptance. It requires understanding your values, strengths, and weaknesses, and living in alignment with them. For instance, pursuing a career that aligns with your passions and values, even if it's unconventional, can lead to greater satisfaction and fulfillment. Being authentic in your interactions can significantly enhance your social attractiveness. It creates a sense of trust and reliability, making others feel comfortable and valued. By embracing your true self and living authentically, you build deeper connections and lead a more fulfilling life. 11. Practice mesmerizing manners. Practicing mesmerizing manners involves engaging with others through genuine empathy, kindness, and respect. Good manners create a welcoming and positive environment, making interactions pleasant and memorable. Imagine dining at a restaurant where the staff is courteous, attentive, and respectful. This experience leaves a lasting positive impression and makes you more likely to return. Consider the impact of manners in everyday interactions. Simple acts of kindness, such as holding the door open, saying please and thank you, or offering a smile, can brighten someone's day and create a sense of warmth and connection. For example, complimenting a colleague on their hard work or helping a neighbor carry groceries shows that you care and value their presence. Mesmerizing manners also involve being mindful of others' needs and feelings. In a conversation, listening attentively, not interrupting, and showing appreciation for the other person's perspective demonstrate respect and empathy. For instance, in a heated discussion, responding calmly and respectfully rather than reacting impulsively can diffuse tension and foster mutual understanding. In social gatherings, practicing good manners can enhance your attractiveness and leave a positive impression. Imagine attending a party where you are considerate of the host's efforts, engage politely with guests, and express gratitude for the invitation. This behavior not only makes you a delightful guest, but also builds your reputation as a respectful and kind individual. Incorporating mesmerizing manners into your daily life can significantly improve your social interactions. It creates an atmosphere of positivity and respect, making you more approachable and likable. By engaging with empathy and kindness, you foster deeper connections and contribute to a more considerate and harmonious community. 12. Choose a signature scent. Choosing a signature scent involves selecting a fragrance that aligns with your personality and values, leaving a lasting impression. A signature scent can become a subtle yet powerful part of your personal brand. Imagine meeting someone who has a distinctive, pleasant fragrance that you associate with them every time you encounter it. This scent creates a sensory memory, making your interactions more memorable and unique. Consider the impact of a signature scent in professional settings. Wearing a subtle, elegant fragrance that complements your professional demeanor can enhance your presence and leave a positive impression on colleagues and clients. For example, a fresh, clean scent can convey a sense of professionalism and confidence, making you more approachable and memorable in meetings. In personal relationships, a signature scent can add an element of intimacy and familiarity. Imagine a partner who always wears a specific perfume or cologne. Over time, this scent becomes associated with them, evoking fond memories and feelings whenever you encounter it. Choosing a scent that reflects your personality and preferences can enhance your connection with others. Selecting a signature scent involves finding a fragrance that resonates with you and reflects your identity. It could be inspired by your favorite places, memories, or even your personal values. For instance, a nature lover might choose a fragrance with earthy, woody notes, while someone who values elegance and sophistication might opt for a classic, floral scent. Incorporating a signature scent into your daily routine can enhance your social attractiveness and leave a lasting impression. It adds a unique, personal touch to your presence, making interactions more memorable and enjoyable. By choosing a fragrance that reflects your personality, you create a sensory connection that resonates with others and enhances your overall appeal. 13. Live by virtues. Living by virtues involves following Stoic principles like wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. These virtues not only enhance your character, but also attract others who admire and aspire to these values. Imagine someone who consistently demonstrates integrity, fairness, and self-control. This person naturally earns respect and admiration, making them more attractive and influential. Consider the impact of living by virtues in your daily interactions. Demonstrating wisdom by making thoughtful decisions and offering sound advice can make you a trusted confidant. For example, a friend who seeks your guidance in difficult situations values your wisdom and respects your judgment. Similarly, showing courage by standing up for what is right, even in challenging circumstances, inspires others and fosters a sense of admiration. Justice, another key Stoic virtue, involves treating others fairly and with respect. Imagine a leader who ensures everyone on their team is treated equitably and acknowledges their contributions. This behavior not only builds a positive and inclusive environment, but also earns the loyalty and respect of the team members. Temperance, the practice of self-control and moderation, is crucial in maintaining balance in life. For instance, managing your emotions during stressful situations and responding calmly rather than reacting impulsively demonstrates emotional intelligence and resilience. This composure not only helps you navigate challenges more effectively, but also sets a positive example for others. Living by virtues creates a foundation of trust and respect in your relationships. It attracts like-minded individuals who value and aspire to similar principles, fostering deeper and more meaningful connections. By embodying Stoic virtues, you enhance your social attractiveness and contribute to a more ethical and compassionate world. 14. Demonstrate humility. Demonstrating humility involves acknowledging your limitations and showing appreciation for the contributions of others. Humility fosters mutual respect and creates an environment where everyone feels valued. Imagine working with someone who is humble about their achievements and quick to recognize the efforts of their teammates. This behavior builds a culture of collaboration and respect, making interactions more positive and productive. Consider the impact of humility in leadership. A humble leader who admits their mistakes and seeks feedback from their team earns greater respect and loyalty. For example, a manager who credits their team for a project's success, rather than taking all the glory, fosters a sense of shared achievement and trust. This humility encourages open communication and continuous improvement within the team. In personal relationships, humility strengthens bonds and promotes understanding. Imagine a friend who always acknowledges their own faults and appreciates your support. This humility not only makes them more relatable, but also deepens your connection by fostering an environment of honesty and mutual respect. Humility also means being open to learning from others. Consider attending a workshop where you openly admit your lack of knowledge on a topic and actively seek insights from the facilitator and fellow participants. This openness not only enhances your learning experience, but also builds a network of supportive and knowledgeable individuals. Incorporating humility into your daily interactions can significantly improve your relationships. It creates a sense of equality and respect, making others feel valued and appreciated. By demonstrating humility, you enhance your social attractiveness and contribute to a more respectful and supportive community. 15. Practice self-care. Practicing self-care involves prioritizing your physical, mental, and emotional well-being to build resilience and better support others. Self-care is essential for maintaining a healthy and balanced life, enabling you to show up fully in your relationships and responsibilities. Imagine a friend who regularly engages in activities that rejuvenate and energize them, such as exercising, meditating, or pursuing hobbies. This practice not only enhances their well-being, but also makes them more present and supportive in their interactions. Consider the impact of self-care in professional settings. A colleague who takes regular breaks, manages their stress effectively, and maintains a healthy work-life balance is likely to be more productive and positive. For example, someone who practices self-care by setting boundaries and taking time off to recharge can prevent burnout and maintain their enthusiasm and effectiveness at work. In personal relationships, self-care enables you to be more patient, empathetic, and supportive. Imagine a parent who takes time for self-care activities, such as reading, exercising, or socializing with friends. This practice helps them manage stress and maintain their energy, allowing them to be more present and engaged with their children. Self-care also involves recognizing and addressing your emotional needs. For instance, seeking therapy or counseling when needed, practicing mindfulness, and engaging in activities that bring you joy and fulfillment contribute to your emotional well-being. This practice not only enhances your own quality of life, but also makes you more resilient and capable of supporting others. Incorporating self-care into your daily routine can significantly enhance your social attractiveness and overall well-being. By prioritizing your health and happiness, you build resilience and create a positive impact on your interactions and relationships. Practicing self-care enables you to be your best self and contribute positively to the lives of those around you. In conclusion, these 15 socially attractive habits, inspired by Stoic principles, offer a holistic approach to enhancing your interactions and relationships. By incorporating laughter, maintaining good posture, fostering curiosity, showing compassion, cultivating mystery, exercising patience, using mindful body language, being fully present, developing cultural wisdom, embracing authenticity, practicing mesmerizing manners, choosing a signature scent, living by virtues, demonstrating humility, and practicing self-care, you can build deeper, more meaningful connections and lead a more fulfilling life. Incorporating these 15 socially attractive habits inspired by Stoic principles can profoundly impact your interactions and relationships. By embracing practices such as laughter, good posture, curiosity, compassion, and patience, you not only enhance your social presence but also foster deeper, more meaningful connections with those around you. Stoicism teaches us the value of wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance, virtues that, when integrated into our daily lives, enrich our character and make us more attractive to others. Whether it's showing humility, practicing mesmerizing manners, or living authentically, these habits help you become a more engaging, empathetic, and resilient individual. Remember, social attractiveness is not about superficial charm, but about genuine connection and mutual respect. By being fully present, developing cultural wisdom, choosing a signature scent, and prioritizing self-care, you create a positive and lasting impression that resonates deeply with others. As you incorporate these habits into your routine, you'll find that your relationships become more fulfilling and your social interactions more rewarding. Embrace these Stoic-inspired principles and watch as they transform not only how others perceive you, but also how you perceive yourself. By living with intention and integrity, you can build a life filled with meaningful connections and personal growth.